Interesting. Sorry if you can hear my mouth sounds. I'm just trying to see how much this impacts. Interesting. That also helps a bit with the noise gate thing. And this thing here definitely shows that the volume is actually super fucking low on my mic. And I don't know what this does specifically. Let me Google this shit. I want to get this shit right. Phenomenon in which the value of physical property lags behind changes in the effect causing it. Phenomenon in which the value of a physical property lags behind changes in the effect. In simple terms, system's response depends not only on the current input, but also in its past history, meaning it remembers previous states. Lag or memory effect. In mics. Or digital processing technique in a noise gate. Physically, it's a lasting thing. As an audio feature in noise gates, it's a delay that keeps the gate open slightly longer after the signal drops below the threshold, allowing natural sounding endings and tails of sounds to be captured instead of being cut off abruptly. So this is the natural end of my voice, I guess, is what this is going to change. So it keeps some gain going after the last few seconds. So I guess this is like keep the gain a little bit lower for that last couple of seconds. Or half second or whatever the fuck it is. Sure. And my voice is obviously loud enough to get well beyond the gate. And then when I have the noise canceling on, it's enough to keep small little like clicks and pops in my mouth and shit from turning on the thing. And I don't need much in the way of the actual threshold for this, which is good. Interesting. Let's get fucking started. Let's get fucking started. Oh my. Ooh. Let's add. I'm, I'm just vibing too hard. Interesting. There's nothing here for that. I was just trying to add a button to make this thing be able to turn on and off. Although Capture 1 is probably not the best thing to turn on and off, so I'll just... It don't matter. What a day. What a time. Let me put this volume down a bit here. Nice little background tunes. These. Maybe I should throw like I don't know. I used to use the TV for stuff, but I don't really use it anymore. Maybe I should. Just kind of waste electricity. But I guess the stream room is always a waste of electricity. Literally all of this is a waste of electricity. It's just a television. They're pretty efficient. Oh, that's an old one. Weird time after stream yesterday. Just kind of like just talked to Kara about a lot of stuff. Didn't really sleep very good. I wonder if the watch even tells me. I don't think it will. Yeah, no sleep data yet. That's what they always say. I just want to see more of the sleep information. Maybe if today is pretty quick and there's not a lot of stuff going on, I can just dip out to actually do my video update. That's probably a good idea. Let's do the intro stuff real fast. Just to kind of like get ourselves awake a bit and actually finishing something. We got our Wordle. We got the long penis. Enos. forget which other... Okay. Brain, learn words and letters. Something O, so we got O and then maybe E something or something E. I'm gonna let you put like an underscore, so. No, L is already used. Ado. RO. That's not how you spell arrow. Ayo. AUO? What the hell? That's so many vowels. It's got to be a consonant. Addo. Abo. There's no E. And the T is already used. Echo. Ammo. Aho, Ajo, Ago, Edo, Ayo, Arrow. I was like coyote, but that's no. I must have already kind of gone over a piece of it. No, S already used anyway. Now, there's something about Wordle. Something about Wordle fucks up my hand, which is so silly. It's like this weird, like, staying in like a typing pose when I'm not typing or something. I don't know what it is. That's so weird. It only happens when I'm playing Wordle. Just use the mouse only or something. What the fuck's wrong with me? A GUI. Aho. Ahoy? That's how you spell ahoy. You can't use I. This helps me not pick the letters I already used before, which is nice. A-C-O-E or R-E? Core? That's not how you spell core. Board. Awoke. Awoke. Slammed. Awoo. Awoo is the answer. This is where like I usually get a couple of letters in my first two, and then I just try real hard to really force it in. And when it's very awkward, like A blank O E somewhere, that's where I either get lucky here or I end up picking it up in one or two, or I just never get it at all. That's usually how my shit goes. Connections real quick. This one should be more fun. Sea monkey, jigsaw, balloon, clown, funny chicken. Funny chicken? What the fuck? Fire engine, jumbo shrimp. Ah, this is probably like well, I was thinking that maybe this would be, you know, like military intelligence or whatever, but no. The word that means something different. 4 groups of 4, huh? Okay. A kid will play with this. A kid will play with this. A kid will play with this, and a kid will play with this? Will a kid play with anything else? Yes. Safety? Or a thing of rubber filled with air is these 2. What else we got? Balloon animal. One more. Bouncy castle. These are all rubber things filled with air. Things filled with air. Here we go. So a whoopee cushion, a clown nose. Those are all around here somewhere. Oh wait, whoopee cushion already used. Okay, I was like prank shit. Okay. Pickup sticks, jigsaw, Lego. These are things that are like a bunch of pieces. What else is a bunch of pieces? Light Bright's kind of a bunch of pieces. Sea Monkeys is a bunch of monkeys. Sea Monkeys are like actually made out of shrimp. Actually made out of shrimp. Nothing else is made out of shrimp. A funny chicken and a clown nose. Oh, a funky chicken. Sorry, not funny. All capitals fucking with me. Funky chicken. That's a dance, right? Maraschino cherry. So wait, the funky chicken, maraschino cherry. I'm trying to think of something that you might see at a wedding or something crazy, but no. Or you might see at like a party, you know, a clown wearing a clown nose, and then people drinking drinks with cherries in them, and then the funky chicken dance. Dark horse is a person showing up unexpected or, you know, entering from an unrealized spot. The dark horse in this race is the outsider until they're now then lead or whatever. I don't know. These are I'm gonna try this. Children's toys, or, you know, kids things, and very many pieces. Lots of pieces. There you go, Light Bright. And you could argue Sea Monkey has a lot of pieces, but whatever. Clown nose is red. Stop sign is red. Maraschino cherry is red. Fire engine is red. Red, 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 red. Shrimp, chicken, monkey, horse. Is that really just animals? Okay. 2-word things are a little silly. Got it, bro. Okay. That's all done. Dink, dink. We can do a little bit of Duolingo. I know this is probably the most boring thing to watch is Duolingo. I just want to get... I won't, like, do a bunch. I'll just get one. Stop asking for fucking things, bro.
米饭
It's the same shit every day, man. Me fun. Rice. Is this loud as fuck? I guess I turned down the other thing, so. Me
米
fun.
饭米饭
Oh, this is the handsy practice. I gotta draw my shit. Yep. It's like a bolo tie. So an H, L, upside down L.
米饭
H, L, upside down L. Oh, I gotta do it all in one stroke. Okay. And then a bolo tie.
米饭
Me fine. L. L. Bolo.
米饭
H. L. And then it's like. And then.
汤
Pong. I haven't actually looked at this a lot, so it's good to look at it. It's a Z on top of a bunch of J's.
汤汤
With some whiskers out there. Oh, you gotta finish that one. Interesting.
汤
Whisker, whisker, whisker. Z into a J, and then 2 more J's.
汤
Whisker, whisker, and then up whisker. One
Tom.
more, come on, finish it off. Whisker, whisker, up whisker. Z into a J, whisker. It is kind of loud, isn't it? I mean, shit, how much I can do about it? Fortunately. That's fine, guys. You can keep all your shit. Okay. Intro's done. Thank God. Get to the starting story. Democrat. Wait, I'm losing fucking frames again, bro? But why? Also, I wonder if I should turn off my, effects on my other things. Oops. Does this help? 5.6. No. It does not increase any amount of average time to render frame. No. Let's look at 2 days out readings of the... Oh, right. I have my thing here. So let's pause this music. And grab it, post it, pin it. Did it not do it properly? No, it is. It is. Let's see. Did it make it manual until... Ooh, it didn't. Why would it not do that? Yeah, probably fine.
Joining me here at the Magic Wall is CNN's David Chalian to help break things down where things stand 2 days out. So, David, we know what the polls say, but what does the early vote tell us?
So, specifically in New York City, this is a poll result from Quinnipiac University last week. I want to show you why when I look at the early vote right now, looking at age breakdown the early vote. Here in this Quinnipiac poll, you see that Mamdani wallops Cuomo with younger voters, 18 to 34-year-olds. Voters above 50, you see that it's a slight Cuomo advantage, a 6-point advantage. So obviously that's a narrow advantage, Manu, but there are a lot more of these voters than there are of these voters, which is what gives the Cuomo world belief that they might have a path here. Take a look at the early voting numbers. So this is among registered Democrats, which...
So Mike at first was thinking that, Mike from PA, was thinking that Zoran would win by like 60%. What? It's so weird. I have to go over. Oh, probably because the cameras has been moved a bunch. What if I go back to the main size? It's fine for me, but as soon as I put my hands up, like the hand near the monitor is not seen. So I guess it just emote near my face. I think this is fine. He was thinking that Zoran will win by 60% total. Now he was thinking like 55, 54% total, which was still ahead of the polls that they had before. Let's see where we're at.
By the way, the vast majority of New York City voters are. Voters 18 to 29 in the early vote to date, which, by the way, ends
I want to see what he said here. Sorry.
belief that they might have a path here. Take a look
He can still win, they're
at
saying.
the early voting numbers. So this is among registered Democrats, which, by the way, the vast majority of New York City voters are.
Got it.
Voters 18 to 29 in the early vote to date, which, by the way, ends today, 16% of the electorate, early voting electorate is 18 to 29. 51.
So this was yesterday, which was Sunday? Yeah, Sunday. We lost Sunday.
1% of the early voting electorate is 50 and above. Again, that disparity is what is.
That's kind of crazy that early vote was so much of the old folks. I would have always thought young people are the early voters, but they're lazy. They're procrastinators. They have ADHD and anxiety and imposter syndrome. So that's interesting.
Giving the Cuomo campaign some belief that they're turning out their voters. I will note, over the time of the last week, it has been getting a little younger. This isn't quite as young as the electorate was in the Democratic primary, which catapulted Mamdani's victory, but it is still a far younger electorate than we saw 4 years ago in New York City. When it comes to New Jersey in the early vote,
That's crazy. That's a younger vote. 16% of the 18 to 25, whatever. That's crazy. That's considered.
take a look at the partisan breakdown rather than the age breakdown. 52% of early voters in New Jersey are Democrats. 29% are Republicans. That's a big hole for Chitterelli to dig out of. And in fact, Cheryl is more on track when you look at the partisanship of the early vote than Harris was a year ago in the presidential when she still won the state by 6 points.
That's so interesting. And, Democrats tend to do.
I guess they're just looking for. So people that show up, Democrats that show up, Republicans that show up, they're probably going to vote for their party, their party. Now, election day also matters, right? But if you're used to getting 50-50 or 40-40 or something, and now it's 50-30, that kind of gives you a trend at the overall ability for them to show up for this full year compared to previous years, I guess is what they're looking at to try to glean from this to get a little bit of a headline for someone to look at the news before the actual election day, because they're just drip feeding you tiny bits of things.
Do better in early voting as well. And you could tell us a lot. Tuesday can also give us some indication about whether Democrats have done a better job of winning back some of those voters they lost to Donald Trump in the last cycle. Trump made inroads with people of color in particular. Talk about that and New Jersey in particular, where Democrats are focusing in these
This is like the weekend Kornacki, I guess, or not Kornacki, Holy Toledo guy.
final days.
Yeah, I think this is why we saw Barack Obama where we saw him yesterday. He was here in Essex County, New Jersey, home to Newark. Okay, take a look at the demographic breakdown of Essex County, New Jersey. 36% black, a quarter Latino. It is a majority minority county in New Jersey. Newark itself, 45% African American. Clearly, the goal of the Cheryl campaign was to get Barack Obama to rally that Democratic base, especially with voters of color. Another battleground for voters of color is just next door here in Passaic County. Take a look here at the demographic breakdown in Passaic County. It is 43.4% Latino. This is the kind of place that drove Donald Trump's narrowing of his margin of defeat in New Jersey 4 years ago. In fact, he flipped Passaic County. He won it. He edged out Kamala Harris in this county just a year ago. If you compare that to his race against Joe Biden in 2020, Biden won Passaic by 16 percentage points. But Trump actually flipped it. And given that Latino population there, you understand why both Cheryl and Chitterelli have been spending so much time here in Passaic County. Chitterelli trying to maintain, extend those gains Trump made. Cheryl, of course, trying to thwart that progress that Trump had made with Latino voters in New Jersey.
Yeah, so much to chew on there. Thank you, David, for that. And we have an excellent panel. The two of the best in the business also, along with David.
The fucking thing up there got banned. So
Challenge to break this all down. Amy Walter with the Cook Political Report and CNN's Jeff Zeleny. Good morning to you. Good morning. Happy election almost eve.
I know. It's the best time of the year.
Best time of the year, exactly. So New Jersey seems to be shaping up to be perhaps the marquee race on Tuesday night, perhaps seems to be the most competitive race. How much do you think this is ultimately going to be a referendum on Trump himself?
Damn, he's just like, yeah, New York is over, bro. It's over. Fuck it. You got no shot. It's out.
Yeah, I do think the most important thing about off-year elections is it's a chance for a reset. We've been spending so much of our time in politics for the last year talking about 2024. We've been looking in the rearview mirror about what happened in that election. Now we're getting into the fact that Donald Trump no longer a candidate. He's now the president. It is a referendum on him. New Jersey, however, also has a Democratic governor who he's not as unpopular as Trump is in the state, but folks there not particularly happy with the cost of living in the state, a lot of it driven by high energy costs. And so the governor, also a little bit more of a drag on the Democrat than you'll see in a place like Virginia that has a Republican governor. But fundamentally, Manu, my overall point is the electorate is going to look different in an off year than it looked in an on year. And it is driven in many ways by how people feel about the sitting president and the policies of that president, much more than it was back in 2024 about the theory of Donald Trump.
Yeah, and we've seen Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican, he's embracing Donald Trump. Trump has not been on the campaign trail. We've seen Trump endorse Ciattarelli, done teletown rallies, did Truth Social posts, and the like. And you look at the polls about the enthusiasm.
That's in wait, what? Very enthusiastic about voting. What? But she's in the lead, but he has enthusiastic voters? What an interesting element. I was going to say that it's interesting that Trump is down right now whenever he's like legislating or leading. And then whenever he's out there campaigning, people always seem to get behind him. Maybe because he just claims victim and then he, gets to just say a bunch of shit and everyone's like, yeah, he's out there. He's doing things. We like it. We like it. And then as he just sits in office and actually does things that doesn't actually help anybody, they're like, actually, this kind of sucks. And everyone's just yelling and mad. I don't know. When he campaigns, he seems to get a boost.
Gap that exists is pretty stunning. I mean, Ciattarelli supporters have a 62% in this poll, more enthusiastic about voting, very enthusiastic compared to Mikey Sherrill's supporters. That's from just a few days ago. The Democrats believe that Trump is dragging him down. This is what the New Jersey City mayor said to Vanity Fair. Said Ciattarelli is running a great campaign, but the deal he made with Donald Trump to secure the nomination could be the reason he doesn't win this thing. Stephen Fulop thinks that Ciattarelli would be up 12 or 15 points if Trump weren't in the White House.
Jesus Christ, their audio is so bad.
I mean, I don't know about 12 or 15, but I think there is no doubt that, look, both sides are betting on Trump, and Ciattarelli needs those Trump supporters, at least a share of them, to come out. Otherwise, he doesn't have much of a chance. But you're right about the change argument.
Wait, are you that guy who was fucking doing the texting stuff and saying that, like, it's bad for Democrats if Mondani wins? Are you that fucking weirdo?
If every election is a change election, it doesn't quite work as cleanly in New Jersey because Mikey Sherrill is trying to do something, run for governor, that hasn't been done since 1961 in New Jersey, and that is she would be effectively the third term of a Democratic governor's administration. Usually it flips over after 8 years. But look,
that's stupid. No one gives a shit about that. That's just dumb. It's just dumb to say that stuff. It's like, no one's ever thrown a 60-yard pass in a playoff game in a non-domed stadium since 1960 or something. It's just like, no one cares. It's just because you've only had so many shots at it, bro. That's it. You're just looking at variance.
Passaic County, to David's point, that
like, she's due or they're due for one? Like, is that what you're saying? It's fucking gambler's fallacy shit, dude. Like, everything obviously is about the context of the situation.
Is going to be the place to watch because it's where Trump made his gains among Latino voters. I was there a couple weeks ago talking to the mayor, and he's a Democrat. He said, we are looking for voters with buyer's remorse. So the question is, A, are all of those Trump voters going to show up in an off-year election? No, they're not, but some will. And the question is, the immigration policies, those will be on the ballot. The economic policies, the cost of living, that too is on the ballot. And
It's really interesting to think about. So I was just thinking about how people who have, I don't know, I'm in a position where I've voted for Democrats because I was Team Blue. And now I vote for progressives who just have to run as a Democrat. So I'm still Team Blue, even though my values have significantly changed. I never had to vote for a Republican because the Democrat I have buyer's remorse for, because the Democrat was just always a worse option. And I don't know how many Republicans would be in the same boat where they would go like, oh man, I sure do have buyer's remorse for my Republican who's just somehow not making it work. He is actually being a war president. His tariff plan turned out to be bad. So now that I have buyer's remorse for this, I'm going to flip to the blue team. Like, they never want to change teams. That's like eating crow. It's like having to admit that you were on the wrong side and everything you stood for was wrong. It doesn't seem like that's ever going to happen. And with that in mind, we'd be more free to then like, oh, I would like to vote for a person who wants health care and to stop these wars. So I would like to vote for this person. Oh, wait, they're a Democrat? Ooh, never mind. I couldn't, because that would just be just too much to admit to vote for the other team. Like, if there happened to be an actually good Republican who just so happens to be in the Republican Party and basically stands for none of their policies, right? Because right now the Democrats don't want to do Medicare for all. The Democrats do want to do forever wars. The Democrats, hell, even want to do like brutal immigration shit, right? So like technically, in all of the principles that I understood, even gay rights, trans rights, all these things, they're fucking walking backwards on it. So like they are going against the team. And theoretically, a Republican could then be going against their other side's team, but just so happen to have an R next to their name for whatever reason. And I would be like, it'd be so weird to vote for an R. I could never see it happening, right? It just makes more sense for every normal person for them to have no teams. And it's like, look, this is my policy. This is my tax policy. This is my foreign policy. This is my immigration policy. This is my healthcare policy. Vote for me, right? Like it's in, but then I guess it just turns into Survivor where there's just alliances and then you end up with a struggle of parties and stuff. But that's what I think is you're never going to get people to like, not too vastly. You're going to have non-voters and then the air quote independents who are never really on a side, because more often than not, instead of having a Democrat go Republican or Republican go Democrat, they're just not going to vote, which is the more common decision out of all of it. And that's what Democrats always do, is they look for the fucking, really buyer's remorse Republican, and it's just like the silliest thing to do.
And as I've been spending time in Virginia as well.
Because like, would you, as a Democrat, ever vote for a Republican? Do you think that you would? And even the most fucking, centrist ass, neoliberal ass fucker one, you know what? They're going to vote for fucking Cuomo or Adams if he was still in the race. So,
boy, it is a clean change argument there, because it is so close to Washington, a stone's throw across the river here. The federal government still shut down. That is weighing very heavy on this. Military families, federal contractors and things. And
I thought they were still paying the military, though. I've been hearing a lot about them, like, military families lining up for SNAP stuff or lining up for food places, but like I thought that was the whole point, is that you guys were never going to let the military be going underfunded.
They are ready for change in Richmond. Of course, it's been governed for 4 years by a Republican, so slightly different in each state, but there's no doubt Trump is hanging heavy over this entire race, as presidents always do in these off-year elections.
And we saw that enthusiasm gap really explains one big reason why Democrats were excited to see Barack Obama on the campaign trail in these key states in the final days.
Libers, Obama, libers. I'm not excited to see Obama. Also, it shows that Obama is only now coming out and also not showing support for people that we actually have excitement for. That shows his true colors.
Biggest Democratic surrogate there is out there. He very much was attempting to try to nationalize this race and tie it to Donald Trump.
Every day, this White House offers up a fresh batch of lawlessness and carelessness and mean-spiritedness and just plain old craziness. He's deployed the National Guard in American cities and claimed to be stopping crime waves that don't actually exist. We got masked ICE agents pulling in unmarked vans and grabbing people off the streets, including U.S. citizens. Don't boo, vote.
What do you make of that message and the effectiveness?
Don't boo, vote.
Well, the message is pretty consistent with what
Boo
Barack
and
Obama
vote.
said.
How about you boo and vote? What were that? Is that a worse idea? Take your boos to the ballot box, to the boo box. It's, spooky season. Boo your way into there.
These last several months, as he has stepped up his criticism of the current president on a whole bunch of issues. He also has had some criticism for some of these institutions that he sees capitulating to the Trump administration, whether it be law firms or universities or the like. But the messenger is the point here, obviously, in the closing days. And to Amy's point about what this off-year electorate looks like, Barack Obama's mission is to try and make sure that some of those folks, like you said, looking for buyer's remorse, that they actually come out. His mission is also to juice turnout among voters of color, where we saw Donald Trump make significant inroads across the board. Now, we should just remember as we're talking about this, all four key elections that we're watching on Tuesday night, the California ballot measure initiative, Virginia, New Jersey, and the New York City mayor's race, this is all on blue turf. This is all on a sort of the DNA of these places is more Democratic than Republican. I'm not suggesting that makes this easy for anyone. We know that Democrats have problems, but I think part of Barack Obama's mission is to sort of make sure the natural DNA of these places turns out.
And David, I think that is such an important point because, again, what we've been talking about for the last year is Democratic sort of intra-party fighting, the fact that Democrats themselves as party members not happy with the party, not happy with leadership, feels like it's feckless and rudderless. Are they going to turn out? Are they inspired? The one thing we know that we've been watching for the last 8 years is there's one person who does inspire Democrats. It's not really Barack Obama. It's Donald Trump.
And if you look at the candidates in both of the states.
Damn. And there's one person that inspires Republicans, and it's Barack Obama.
That's also so interesting because Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey and Abigail Spanberger in Virginia, they were part of that blue wave back in 2018. Manu, you well remember them arriving into the House of Representatives as the Democratic majority makers. So will they do it again? Of course, the circumstances are different. The challenges are more in New Jersey. But it is sort of Democrats are looking for a shot in the arm. But this is not going to lead them out of the wilderness or offer a clean path forward because New York, of course, complicates some of those moderate messages.
Does Jeffrey see Mamdani as the future of his party? Well, that worked.
Americans in several states are headed to the polls on Tuesday, and leaders on Capitol Hill are going to be paying very close attention. Will the election results Tuesday night give either party a clue about how voters feel about the shutdown as it enters week 5? And joining me now is House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries of New York. Leader Jeffries, thanks so much for joining us. So even these emergency supplemental funds for SNAP, even if the Trump administration ultimately does use them, it's only enough to keep benefits going, food stamp benefits going for 2 to 3 weeks, which is significant, but obviously not a long-term solution. I understand why Democrats are voting against the continuing resolution to fund the government. You're fighting for the extension of the Obamacare premiums. You're fighting to restore Medicaid funds. But I wonder, when these SNAP funds are gone, whether this week or 3 weeks from now, if the contingency funds are used, are you worried at all that that pressure point will cause more Democrats to rethink the strategy and maybe ultimately vote for the government funding bill?
Well, we're continuing to make life better for the American people. We want to reopen the government. We want to enact a bipartisan spending agreement that actually makes life better for everyday Americans. And of course, we want to make sure that we can decisively address the Republican health care crisis, which is crushing people all across the country, including working class America, rural America, urban America, small town America, the heartland of America, and black and brown communities throughout America. It's very unfortunate that Donald Trump and Republicans have decided to weaponize hunger and withhold SNAP benefits, even in contravention of 2 federal courts, which have made clear that not a single person in this country should go without their nutritional assistance, and of course that the funds exist to make sure that those SNAP benefits are paid through November, as has been the case with Donald Trump and his administration finding funding for other projects, but somehow they can't find money to make sure that Americans don't go hungry.
You're refusing to fund the government until Republicans join you to help prevent Americans' health care costs from skyrocketing, as well as to restore some of the money from Medicaid that was cut. I understand why Democrats are making the choice, but you acknowledge that it's a choice here, right?
No, what I acknowledge is that we're asking Republicans to sit down, as we've indicated our willingness to sit down with them anytime, any place, anywhere, either at the Capitol or back at the White House, in order to find a bipartisan path toward enacting a spending agreement that actually makes life better for the American people. So yes, we are committed to doing things like lowering the high cost of living for the American people in an environment where Donald Trump promised to lower costs on day one. But costs haven't gone down. Costs are going up. Housing costs are up. Grocery costs are up. Child care costs are up. Electricity prices are through the roof. And now, because of the Republicans' refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, we know that tens of millions of Americans are about to experience dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles, such that they will be unable to go see a doctor. In some cases, Jake, you're talking about premium increases of $1,000 to $2,000 per month. That is completely and totally unsustainable, unacceptable, and un-American.
I understand, but the decision to not fund the government means very real pain caused today. People not getting paychecks.
This is stupid. Because the majority of Americans are not government employees as a whole. And people are going to have an obscene amount of, like, so what's the solution? Give in? Force them to have completely destroyed lives because of the healthcare premiums? And then try to fix it in November, which is now? They were like, look, we can vote on it in November. We can vote on it in November. Like, bitch, just vote on it now. What's the difference? But they're not willing to negotiate on it. It's a non-starter. I don't see you can ever go like, you know what? I guess you have to just take those fucking premiums. Sorry, guys, you have to. We'll vote to come back. I don't know. I just don't know how you could ever fucking do it.
Today, and SNAP funds today, and then obviously at airports across the country, delays are getting worse due to air traffic controller shortages. The FAA says that in the New York area, nearly 90% of air traffic controllers are out. The White House says that Thanksgiving travel could be a disaster if this shutdown continues that long. Are Democrats prepared to keep the government closed through Thanksgiving if it comes to that?
The question is, why are Republicans continuing to keep the government shut down? They have the House, the Senate, and the presidency. Donald Trump just made clear over the weekend repeatedly that Republicans have the ability to reopen this government. They don't want to do it because they'd rather continue to gut the health care of the American people. And here are some questions that need to be asked. Why have House Republicans remained on a taxpayer-funded vacation for the last 6 weeks? They keep canceling votes. They've canceled votes for next week. Of course they are unserious as it relates to reopening the government. Why has Donald Trump spent more time on the golf course, including this weekend, than he has in talking to Democrats on Capitol Hill?
He's just so motionless. Like he's just like, hey, I said the words, guys. I said them. People's costs are going to be just unusable. It's just going to be too much. Why has he spent more time on the golf course than he has doing things? It's like, I don't even believe you give a fuck, dude. You got nothing in you. Even when you say the right things, you don't actually fucking believe them.
Who represent half of the country. It's because apparently Donald Trump.
At least Nancy would put some stink on it, you know? Like she would like dig down deep and find something within her to like put some venom on it to make it out like it was a deal that mattered to her, while she and her husband happened to just pick all the right fucking investments and the country never actually gets any better and status quo continues on. But like, we don't even believe you. Jake Tapper's bullshit fucking questions back sound like they have more of a heart to them, which is saying something.
Is uninterested in reopening the government. He doesn't want to stand up for hardworking federal employees. They fired more than 200,000 federal employees prior to them shutting the government down on October 1st. And why are Republicans so unwilling to even sit down and have a conversation?
Is this Jake's version of Tucker Carlson's like questionable face? Is this his version of it? I don't think that he's listening to anything this guy is saying, because there's nothing to listen to. I think he's just focusing on making a face.
With their Democratic colleagues on Capitol Hill in order to find a bipartisan path forward. It's because they are trying to inflict this cruelty on the American people. And Jake, this is a group of folks who passed their one big ugly bill, largest cut to Medicaid in American history. At the same time, they cut $186 billion from SNAP, literally ripped food out of the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans. They did this in July, and that was done so they could reward their billionaire donors with massive tax breaks that they made permanent. And now they're unwilling to extend tax credits for working class Americans.
So you alluded.
There's, I guess the Republican ghouls and the centrist Dem ghouls have gotten so comfortable and so easy with their system of constantly draining the wealth, widening the wealth gap, that they're now at the point where they're like, you know, those things that we would never touch, Medicaid, Medicare, SNAP, we're going to finally just actually start clawing them away. What horrible healthcare protections we had in the American healthcare system. Now we're going to reduce the subsidies that existed before that. Literally only private, all raw dogging it on your own. That's just kind of wild that they're doing it. And they don't realize, like, if the SNAP things don't get fixed and the healthcare stuff doesn't get fixed, if the Democrats have to eventually cave in because it's just too much air traffic, you know, paused, too many federal workers just like literally like homeless now because it's been 4 paychecks missed and they just have no savings left. Like, I don't know what the people would do when they realize that we fucked ourselves. Like, it's going to impact the business side of things, because what do you know? It all goes back into the same fucking slurry. But when you stop it and you keep it inside the wealthy's pockets the entire time, nothing gets trickled in to the fucking other people. There's nothing that makes its way. The poor people won't have the ability to buy any food. Already the shitty food that they have the options for, they wouldn't buy anything. And then Kellogg's like, hey, why the fuck is nobody buying our goddamn Frosted Flakes? Well, it's because they don't have money to buy it. Everything's gonna, I mean, people are gonna like completely abandon their healthcare things. They're gonna have to just say, never mind, I just won't have healthcare. And if I get a penalty at the end of the fucking tax season for not having healthcare, I have to eat it because I cannot afford an increase of $1,000 every month in my fucking premiums. That's an insane increase. Like, are you fucking kidding me? You know, people get like $1,000 paycheck, which is every 2 weeks. Now you're gonna have them just on top of their rent that they have, on top of other, like, what are you doing? There's no fucking way, man. I don't see how it all just doesn't just crumble, you know? What the fuck?
All unacceptable, and it's obviously part of their plan.
So you alluded to President Trump saying that the Senate Republicans have the power to pass the government shutdown. He's saying that by saying that they should get rid of the filibuster. You're saying that they should get rid of the filibuster and just own this entirely?
No, what I'm saying is that that's a decision ultimately for the Senate to make. However, President Trump has acknowledged, listen, from the very beginning of this presidency, he's enacted a my way or the highway approach to jam their extreme right-wing ideology down the throats of the American people. Reckless Republican policies, which are now causing hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers to close all across the country. Now he's saying to his Republican colleagues, senators, those who actually just work for him because they don't work for the American people, reopen the government, and they refuse to do it.
Big elections coming up in just 2 days. Governor's race in Virginia, governor's race in New Jersey, and then the mayor of the city in which...
It's a olive tree, but it has a lot of fall decorations on it. It's kind of hard to see. There we go. Okay. The face zoom effect did not work out very well. Yeah, it it didn't work out very well. That's what I get for, I don't know. It's just an OBS thing. It's pretty good, but not when you're turning your face away and walking backwards.
You live, New York, New York. You've already cast your ballot for mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani. Do you see Mamdani as the future?
He's like, well, you know, maybe I didn't, you know. He's like, you know, I publicly endorsed, but that's different than what I may have, you know, had my civic rights to have on my own personal ballot. What an enthusiastic fucking endorsement he gave, right? Yeah.
For the Democratic Party?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Yeah. I want to see his eyes. I want to like do like a fucking JCS, like look for his.
You live, New York, New York. You've already cast your ballot for mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani. Do you see Mamdani as the future of the Democratic Party?
Yeah.
No, I think the future of the
no, I think like, whoa, what did you do? Like, whoa.
Democratic Party is going to fall, as far as we're concerned, relative to...
Oh, he's literally saying that. I thought he was going to be like, yes, I love him so much, but he's literally going to say no.
To the House Democratic Caucus and members who are doing a great work all across the country as it relates to our need to both take back control of the House, but in doing so, make sure that we're communicating to the American people like, we understand you deserve better than the country that you have received. Donald Trump and Republicans have gone way too far and have failed to deliver anything meaningful for the American people. And as Democrats, we're going to focus.
We're going to give you something that's plenty good. You deserve something better. Well, okay, not good, just better. You deserve something to be a little bit different. We want to see those ICE numbers go down by 15% because it's a little too far for us. Okay. Bring back the Joe Brandon numbers. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that if that's how they're gonna go, that's how they're gonna go. You know, he called it. That's the future. Sorry, brother, and you're not in it.
On lowering the high cost of living, on fixing our broken healthcare system that Republicans continue to make worse with their toxic policies, and of course on cleaning up corruption in the
Is there another 80-plus-year-old cancer patient that we can put into these really important caucuses? Is there another person that we can take and put them into the future of our leadership? Is there another, like, we need to poll all the oncologists in DC and figure out just the most, like, the perfect list of people that they can just sort of collect, and just so to make sure that they can gather all of the healthcare for themselves and give it to nobody else because they have to cure their own mega cancers, right? You know. Oh yeah, yeah. I was, because like even Nancy would put some venom on it when she talks. You know, he knows the script. Hold baseball bat and act like you're big, right? And then it's just nothing. And he's talking about how people are going to have obscene bills that literally have impossible. They're going to have to just not have healthcare, right? They're just going to have to just eat the fine for not having, right? And it's like, where's the passion? Where's the care? You know, it's just, I mean, I don't see how, you know, there's no pulse, right? But then again, like, so they can't drive them to care about the people not having a paycheck because they also don't care about the people faced with obscene prices. They just somehow got pushed enough to say, I have to do something. And the best something that they're willing to do is the nothing that they're currently doing. This is the most something that they could possibly do. And that's it, you know? I don't see them ever getting pressured into caving in at this point. I don't see them actually pushing to make a difference. I don't see the Republicans going, yeah, fine, we will actually fund healthcare. I don't see them actually going for it. I don't know what's going to happen. By like, you know, by March of next year, I can't imagine America will even be the same country anymore based off what I'm, you know, like, I don't see either one of these two things ending. And it's just going to keep getting worse and worse. I don't know what's going to happen. It could be his public persona. It could be his media training is just, you know, like lower the heart rate like a monk, and you can just literally make himself have like a pulse list. Like he's pale, right? He's 100%. Yeah. Somehow Jake Tapper has more melanin and blood in his skin right now. It doesn't make any sense, you know. It's probably a soggy leaf. Yeah. I mean, it could just be the camera quality difference, but there's it's a lot. Yeah, he's gray. I mean, yeah, his suit has more blood in it than he does.
Congress, in the courts, and within the administration, with Donald Trump running the largest pay-to-play scheme in the history of the country. So we're going to continue to affirmatively lean in on the issues that we know matter to the American people. I expect that we're going to see a big night on Tuesday in New Jersey and in Virginia, and certainly as it relates to Prop 50 in California, where we stop Trump from stealing the election. And then that'll lay a foundation.
I'm not familiar with the Prop 50 thing. I've heard a lot about New Jersey and Virginia, and then obviously New York, but
Foundation for Democrats to take back control of the House in 2026.
Well, I mean, I asked you if Mamdani was the future of the party, and you didn't answer the question. You said the House Democrats are. I would note that at least a couple House Democrats from the New York area are not endorsing Mamdani. Your endorsement took a long time. Schumer still has not endorsed him. Are you concerned?
That's insane. That's insane. That's insane. That's insane. It's just crazy.
About Republicans using him as a lightning rod so as to hurt your ability to win back the House in 2026.
He's the only one that's like important that actually did nominate him. Like he's left out to dry. I mean, it was the worst possible time to even do the nomination because it shows you don't care. It wasn't even like a heartfelt or like, an intense, like I really back it. Oh man. But the fact that the others never did it too. I mean, the vote blue no matter who literally does not matter anymore. Imagine a world where Bernie runs independent against Hillary. Imagine the world. I could not. I mean, it was already Bernie bros. How could you? Look what you've done to us. You've ruined us by running your own candidate enthusiastically in the primary. How could you? Oh my God.
No, the lightning rod in terms of what's going to impact the ability of either side to win control of the House or hold control of the House in 2026 is going to be the failure of Republicans to actually deliver on the promises that they've made and to actively make life worse for everyday Americans. The country knows that we're heading in the wrong direction. We see it repeatedly. The country knows that Republicans have refused to make health care affordable and are actively making it unaffordable, depriving working class Americans of their ability to see a doctor when they need one. And the country knows that Republican policies have been all about the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected, and they have not focused on making life better for everyday Americans. We will as House Democrats.
Back when I was first voting, Florida was considered a swing state because this has been, after Bush and then into the Obama years, it was always kind of on a knife's edge a bit more than it had been in years before and years since. So that was where and then the Andrew Gillum was supposed to, it was, the election between DeSantis, everyone's favorite, pudding finger guy or whatever, that sugar man dude. He barely won by I don't know, a few thousand votes. It was an incredibly intense recount. So the blue no matter who was there's the mitigation of the damage that could be done was always sort of supposed to be a part of it, but the more that the Democrats slide like they're doing into capitulating the fascists, whatever, it loses its teeth because, I mean, yeah, the Republicans, I guess, are now going hyper mode, but still, the only way to get any kind of it's 2 steps back and a half step forward, where it used to be 2 steps forward, 1 step back, right? That was at least the idea of the harm reduction. You're still moving forward, but now it's just, no, let's just actually continuously lose ground, but lose less ground slightly. And it's no, that is a bad strategy because you will only ever end up at the bottom eventually. You got to at least pick people who are left enough to actually climb out of the fucking pit that we're in. Otherwise, you're just going slower into the pit instead of because then you're just resigning yourself to the pit, to the despair of the end, and that it can't be it. Makes sense, but at this point, the Dems aren't even running one that would actually reduce the harm. Yeah, they are allowing the harm to persist permanently, and that then loses its ground because everything is technically, because Mamdani's not the most left person in the world, therefore harm reduction, right? You can extend it, but there's once you reach past the flat zero, positive one or negative one, once you've reached through that threshold, then you lose it. Now it has no air left. It's just suffocated. This I saw this is interesting. Mark Lamont Hill is usually really cool, so I was really curious to see this one. What? Yeah, here we go. Automation. Takes a couple of seconds for it to go, because if I have it go too fast,
as the Democratic Party,
it won't. The clicks don't. So I have a thing that clicks the URL and then manually inserts a copy button. Then it clicks over in my chat box and then it types /pin Control V paste and then does all the. But in order for it to do it accurately, the commands need a few milliseconds between all the different things. So it takes 5 seconds for the whole thing to run.
faces growing discontent from its own base. Zohran Mamdani's insurgent run for New York City mayor is testing whether
There's a we have a DSA watch party tomorrow, aka Tuesday, because today is Monday, and that'll be interesting to do because I'm sure there'll be internet watch parties as well as in-person ones. So, it'll be a cool day to see. Although, a lot of times it's like the day is nothing, and then after like 9 p.m. you start getting some things, and either it's all the way over or all right, see you in 2 weeks when we finally figure it out. So it's kind of like, it's not like a cool actual, like, I guess unless you fucking slam dunk win, then it is pretty cool, you know, but it still takes time.
Democratic socialism can energize working people. So is this the future of the Democratic Party? Or will the establishment shut it down? This week on Upfront, I'll ask Brianna Joy Gray, journalist and former Bernie Sanders press secretary.
So when I was getting involved, because there's a few races that I'm less plugged in on. Right, I'm not really up to speed on the Virginia and New Jersey stuff. The fact that Obama is like raising their arms in the air, I'm like, okay, these guys probably suck in comparison to what I'm looking for. But it's important somehow because if the centrists win, they go, see, centrists can win. And if the centrists lose, they'll say, it's Mamdani's fault. Like, it's never going to be, it's going to be important. The results will matter in the terms of like how they're going to attack, but they're always going to attack. You know what I mean? Yeah, Omar is also on Tuesday. Yeah, because I mean, I guess that's just when elections happen. It's just when they happen. Yeah. Whenever I first was hearing about Omar, I was always like, these photos of him are crazy. I guess just because like he's got like the eye socket shape that just kind of like intense, like monkas, like at all times, and I was always like, what the fuck? And I was like, oh, that's, I guess it's just how he looks, you know what I mean? Because I was like, this is like, is this like, you know, some like, I was just like, this is giving me bad vibes. Like these you know, are these coming from like a Nazi place or something? I go, what the fuck is this? Like, oh, okay, or you know, got it. And that's kind of normal. Like even when you go to like the Fox News thumbnails, it's always like the most like negative picture of people, and then you go to the MSNBC and it's all the worst photos of Trump or whatever. You know, it's the same shit. Oh, but there is that too. Yeah. Yeah.
Brianna Joy Gray, thank you so much for joining me on Upfront.
Oh yeah. But she was controversial during the 2016, 2020 Bernie years. I'm pretty sure she was in both. Maybe she was only in one. She might have only been in 16. My memory of that time before is very clouded. I think people on the progressive side are overall kind of like pretty meh on her overall by today's standards, at least because she's sort of out of the loop or out of the important roles or whatever. I never really completely understood exactly the issues because, again, I was more unplugged, more of a Colbert, you know, lib in that era. So
it's my pleasure.
On October 18th, 7 million people across the United States took to the streets. It was the No Kings protest, a nationwide show of resistance to Donald Trump's administration and his power. There were speakers from, I won't say across the spectrum, they were kind of on the same spectrum, but it was Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, even Chicago's Mayor Brandon Johnson was there. He actually called for a nationwide general strike. He declared, if my ancestors as slaves could lead the greatest general strike in this country's history, we can do the same today. Do you believe that mass protests like this one kind of work these days?
I mean, frankly, no. When you're in a position where you're protesting in a preordained protest zone that has been permitted,
I don't think you can be too upset with the largest single-day protest in American history. It just looks good on the resume. You know what I mean? Like when you're like, look, Trump bad, the current direction of America bad. Case in point, the largest protest in history. That's pretty good. That gives you some kind of a bump. I mean, you need to do something with it, but it is not a objectively bad thing. I guess it could be objectively bad if everyone's like, job's done, time to go back to brunch, but like, it drove them out there was the state of the world, and the people, the powers that be, are not going to go like, "Ah, geez, guys, we're so sorry. We didn't realize. Okay, time to fix this. We're going to make this right." Like, that's not going to happen either. So I don't see it as a overall negative. I see it as a positive. You know what I mean? But we'll see.
And allowed and permitted by the government, where the leaders and organizers of the protest are bragging about the fact that it's non-disruptive, that it was not disruptive. You have to ask yourself who this was supposed to persuade, what it was supposed to do. And I think that...
Okay. So that's an interesting point, and I think it's valid in a sense to say that, like, true, protests that are disruptive are effective because it gets eyes. But this was also the single largest on its own, so it got eyes without having to do that. And then also, there's the narratives of, like, the Asmongols who say, "Ew, you blocked traffic, therefore I want to run you over." You now did not block traffic. There was a time when my dad would say, "How dare they get mad at Kaepernick for kneeling? They tell him to be polite and to protest silently, and he did, and they're mad at him. What did they want him to do? This is bullshit." He could see the hypocrisy in it, even though, you know, he has since recanted on his beliefs in that. But, like, before he was programmed, it made sense to him to say that. So I could see how they would like to use that as a thing to stand on, to say, look, no looting, no riots. Look, no block traffic. We did it the right way. Kind of shit, because that will appeal to a certain demographic. It reminds me of the stuff like with, I mean, I haven't looked at it entirely. But there's the whole, like, how much do you need to put the kid gloves on when dealing with homophobic people or, you know, racist people, and how much should you put on the fucking brass knuckles, right? Like, it's, and I understand the perspective. It's all about the goal in mind. If you hang out with a bunch of phased children and they start throwing around, you know, high intensity slurs, you probably should just, like, end it. If they're doing minor, you know, what is it called? I was saying if they did, like, macroaggressions instead of microaggressions, like, you would change your attitudes. But, you know, you don't cancel them over accidentally saying they sat down Indian style instead of cross-leg style. You're like, oh, hold on, think about this, and then you know, there's a way to nudge, and then there's a way to just, you know, because if you attack too hard, they're going to turtle up and put up a wall and then join Kick and hang out with Aiden Ross and Andrew Tate. So if your goal is to make them not do that, there's a way to handle microaggressions. But if they do macroaggressions, then you're kind of like, okay, what the fuck? So in this sense, and then relating that idea back to here, are you trying to be correct and say that this is fucked up, this is the way we're supposed to protest, we've been silent too long and been ignored? You're not wrong. It's totally based and true. But also, if you're trying to convince certain individuals inside of the normal sphere who just go to work and watch Monday Night Football and have not really been plugged into all this stuff, you might put up a wall, and then they end up going to far-right media, Alex Jones, you know, One American News Broadcasting, and then you've now created a bit more of a civil war situation. So depending upon how far down the line, what the individual crimes are, and all these different types of things, there's a gray area for different ones, and everyone draws a line for themselves. And that's now put onto the national scale with 7 million people doing a thing. So people inside of that protest will be more, you know, direct action than I will ever be. And also a bunch of them are going to be basically Republicans compared to me. There's going to be a large section of them when you have such a large number of people, and it's going to have impacts on then other people. Some people will still put up a wall, even with the most lib rules following thing possible, but will it, you know, you're looking down the final scorecard and deciding, was this worth it or not? And obviously I think it's too early to say, but I think it was worth a shot. I don't know. I'm not mad about it. I wouldn't have necessarily planned it myself, but also the fact that it happened, I'm like, hey, impressive. I don't know.
Mayor Johnson's evocation of a general strike.
You're always black-pilled on a lot of things. Hold on. Well, I know that there was a knife attack in the UK. That's all I know about the UK as far as current news. Oh, that and also the prince is like no longer a prince and he's about to get arrested, you know? Yeah. I thought it was 11, but yeah, people got stabbed. A couple of British citizens, British nationals stabbed a bunch of people, right? It happens. I mean, millions of human beings, eventually someone's going to go crazy. It sucks. I mean, I would wish for a world where it doesn't happen. I have some articles on that in here we might get to eventually, but
caught fire the way it did precisely because counter to the trend of these No Kings protests, he's saying that we need to do something that would actually grind the gears of the economy to a halt. We need to do something that is disruptive to the means of production. We need to be able to have boycotts at shipping facilities that are actually sending bombs to places that we don't want to send bombs to, that actually imperil the Trump's government in ways that it would have to stop, recognize, and change course on if it wanted to stop. These No Kings protests, they begin to feel, and this is not a commentary on the people.
I guess that's the most American approach I have is like, you know, knife control. What can you do? You can't stop it. I live with it. You know what I mean? Just thinking back on it for a second, I was like, obviously, like when it came to COVID, everyone could wear a full hazmat suit everywhere they went and minimize all outdoor activities, etc. Right? That's a little too far. Cars could have to have gigantic steel roll cages and whatever, right? Resources required, expenses. There's always going to be a line where it's like, okay, eventually you got to be okay with the thing. The fact that airplanes crash, the percentages they crash is already very impressive. So it's not like, you know, yeah, eventually people are going to die in a plane crash and it sucks. And you want to make sure you do your best and do diligence all around it. So having a society where occasionally one random person, or I guess two random people, can go wild and do something, you know, there's only so much you can do about it, you know, like other than, unless you want, you know, I know that people in UK or whatever, they don't like China, right? They don't want, like, they already have insane cameras everywhere, which is why I think this what probably helped them catch the guy. I haven't looked at the exact story. All I saw was the headlines. But I'm trying to rationalize why I had such a thing, you know? Oh, it's only one? Oh, okay. They were like, oh, there was a British national and then a British national of Caribbean descent, which I was like, why does that matter? I thought that was weird that they added that element to it. But maybe one person drove somebody or something, or I don't know, something like that. Oh, interesting. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the stories I had were like 1 minute, and then a CNN one that had like 10 minutes. So that one might have the most like meat on the bone, but and then sensationalizing it, you know, does this person have right-wing or left-wing ideology, or literally no ideology at all? Like, what do? You know, like, is this person a sports fan of X team or Y team? Like, this person is a North supporter or a South supporter. Like, you just don't, or a West or East. I don't know. Maybe North and South is too. Civil War coded for America, but it's like the chances of any one person, like, imagine how the brain is just a pile of fat and electricity operating a bunch of fucking ropes and tendons inside of a skeleton. And the fact that we hear vibrations in sound, in air particles that hit our inner ear, and that makes us understand what the sound should sound like. And then our brain can contextualizes it into the fucking languages that we know to understand a message of another human being's soul and experience. The fact that any of this shit exists, that sand can be ground up and hit with a lightning bolt to make a computer that ends up sending out this signal to you right now. The fact that this world exists in the chaos that it is kind of insane. So like one person has traumatic experience, too many, you know, straws breaking the camel's back, one brain tumor that just pushes a little too hard on one lobe, all of a sudden their world shifts and they go bananas. Like, I don't know how you prevent that when you got billions of human beings all located together. It's just one of those things, man. Yeah, I mean, like, I would just take the W in the sense of, like, this is only the 5th since World War II. I think we've had 5 since we've started talking about this. You know what I'm saying? In America, you know? I mean, it's like, I'm laughing through the pain or whatever, but it's like, okay, like we've definitely had 5 large mass scale deaths this year for sure at this point, considering the number of shootings we have is like definitely in the hundreds as far as like mass. Like we keep redefining what mass means. It's like, okay, 4 people die, including the shooter or not. And it's like, oh, look, these people were only wounded and no longer it's a mass casualty, but not a mass killing. Okay. They survived after intensive care and they can no longer walk again, but therefore they survived. So that, it's just the fact that you're already doing so well in your numbers because you have healthcare given to all your citizens, which is slowly backsliding. You have mass transit, which may or may not be getting underfunded. I don't know all the different specifics, but it seems like there are ways to, have communities be more robust in their ability to mitigate these problems. But in America, we are spread out. We are isolated, even among other populations. Everyone is in their suburban home with a 6-foot privacy fence inside of their compound, where they have a castle doctrine and no one's allowed to enter their space. Touchless door entry. Drop off packages, no faces seen. It's just and then like, no, you're on your own in a libertarian hellscape. So I know you're black-pilled and it's not wrong to want things to be better. And I guess we'll find out more information about it based off of the stories that I have, and maybe there'll be even newer ones by then. But I was just wanted to think a bit more about my quick statement, because it's like, I don't want to be like, just get over it, bro. Shit happens. You know what I mean? There are 42 million kangaroos in Australia and 3 million people in Jamaica. If the kangaroos were to invade Jamaica, each person would have to fight. I mean, I'm not sure if you are aware of this, because you are younger. There was an emu war in Australia that they lost. They lost a war to emus. I don't know of the specifics, but I'm aware of it, and it's very funny. And whenever I talk or see an Australian person, they mention it. Like every Australian streamer I've ever seen has mentioned it. It's called the Emu War or something like that. Knifings in the last year. Yeah, I mean, in America, we had somebody getting... Emu is kind of like an ostrich, just a little different. Right? That's how I see it. It's not as big as an ostrich, but it's like an ostrich. And also, there is a combination of it bleeds, it leads, right? So once something happens, like, for example, in America, we had a train derailment that was a big news because of a chemical spill. And then whenever another train would derail, it would make a headline. But like normally trains derail in America all the time because the companies bought up all the railroads. They never did any infrastructure repair. And then it was just cheaper to let them fall off, claim their insurance, and then have people come in and fix the tracks instead of keeping them well maintained. So we had train derailments all the time. But because we actually started paying attention to it all of a sudden, it became like a huge thing. Now, I'm not saying that people would just completely ignore a random stabbing, but it's one of those things where like once it becomes more of a headline, a bull, like it's something that they're more on the radar, then they're willing to throw it in there. And then so it's a way that can kind of make you feel more intense about things that are not as intense as they're trying to make them seem. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things.
Who participate in them. But it begins to feel like an opportunity.
But this is, sorry, I keep doing that thing where I unpause and then go, I should probably talk about this. This is talking about future Democrats, right? The title, I guess, up there kind of says it. Maybe I should shorten it down because it's kind of small font. I think that's fine.
Opportunity for folks who are legitimately frustrated to let off some steam. And I think we should be asking ourselves,
I assume it's a big train, right? And I'm sure there's literally millions of people that they might be even like 100,000 or 1 million people that take that thing in a week or a day even, right? So like I've flown into airports that have had major problems. Like I've flown into a New York airport that had the Miracle on the Hudson or whatever. Like, oh my God, I was in that airport. You know, that could have maybe have been my plane that was on that runway. Like I could make a connection. There was also a lot of people on that train, more than 20 people on that train. So there's probably people in cars that didn't even know anything was happening because there's such a big train or whatever. Again, me just speculating based off of my understanding of mass transit and stuff. But
Questions about whether or not we want people to let off steam.
it still is interesting, I suppose. But I don't know. Not recency bias. There's the human mind is limited in its ability to conceptualize certain things. So something will make it seem more important. Kara was on the airplane when Billy Mays, the night before Billy Mays died. Billy Mays here with OxyClean. Got it. He would scream and shout about all kinds of bullshit like I've seen on TV. The plane that she was on, the front landing gear failed to deploy, or something broke with it or something, and the nose of the plane skidded on the ground as it landed. Crazy, right? Insane to have even a malfunction that was physically noticeable by the fucking cabin to have that in your lifetime. She doesn't even fly that much, right? And then Billy Mays was on the plane, kind of funny and crazy. And he had like hit his head because the plane went like crazy when it hit the thing. Would a head injury cause a problem? Not really sure. I like to speculate that after the plane had a hard landing, he was like, wow, I almost died, maybe. Let's live life, and then went out and did a bunch of coke and then overdosed. That's my headcanon. I have no way of fucking relating it to it at all. Who knows? But it's just one of those things like, dang, that's crazy, you know, small world and all that shit.
Rather than to direct the steam into an engine that could actually affect change.
Is it possible to do it in those?
This was in the context of the No Kings protest. Is it actually good? Is it not? She's saying it's not that good. Let's make it better. Having a designated protest spot inside of a protest cage, inside of a protest schedule is pointless, right?
Steam letting spaces. Like, in other words, if you get 7 million people who are just ticked off, and even though they don't have a plan of action, even though they're not ready to do a radical disruption of the status quo, if you get them in the room and you get the right voices, then the general strikes come, then the political education comes, then the urgency gets reinforced to them.
Yeah, you can definitely use them as opportunities to organize. And I saw a number of leftist groups saying, we're going to get people to sign up for stuff with clipboards. I saw pro-Palestine activists who were largely excluded from the official workings of these protests try to use the No Kings marches as opportunities to galvanize people around that particular cause. And I think that's a good idea. And of course, the general strike speech is another opportunity to exploit those protests. But the protests in and of themselves and the way they're being framed by the Democratic Party and the people who put them together as sort of a means to an end or a demonstration of just how much everybody dislikes Trump, it falls flat.
On November 4th, New York is going to be heading to the polls to choose their next mayor. And there's one candidate, Zohran Mamdani, who is really shaking things up. He's running on a democratic socialist platform. He's talking about rent freezes, free public transit, universal health care, and taxing the rich to pay for all of it. Many inside of his own party, the Democratic Party, say that he's too far left. Others say he represents the kind of working class politics that Democrats have long abandoned, and that they need that kind of democratic vision to take on Trump. What do you make of it?
Zohran Mamdani is too good for the Democratic Party, really, and they don't deserve him. And it's very ironic that the leaders of the Democratic Party, who also happen to be New York State leadership, don't understand the good thing that's been bestowed upon them.
I think that's a good point, because they see a DSA candidate who ran and actually won on their primary as like a negative, but it's like, your party's dying. You are feckless. If you want to have any ability to exist in the future, this is what you should, it's evolve or perish, right? And this is the moment, and you can see it. You've had many chances before and you let them slide, and now there's lightning in a bottle. You know, similar to the idea like a once in a generation style, enthusiasm behind an individual, and how you handle this is how people will see you. And you've already kind of fucked it by Schumer never even fucking endorsing him. It's in his fucking state. He won the primary, one of the biggest and most important city in America. inside of his state that he's a senator of and the leader of the party, in a sense, technically, according to how you factor House versus Senate. And he didn't endorse, he did not embrace. He saw the changing times and said, no, literally no. Right? Like you're missing your shot here. You're letting it slip.
They're very much looking a gift horse in the mouth. But
what do you mean by that when you say they don't deserve him? One could argue that's exactly what they not only deserve but desperately need.
Oh, they need him, but he's too good for the party. Why do I say that? I say that because at the end of the day, the party has made its priorities clear, and its priorities aren't winning above all. Despite the emphasis on Trump's authoritarianism and how legitimately bad it has been since he has been president the second time around especially, they have been presented with opportunities repeatedly to, one, prevent Trump from having been elected in 2016, to prevent Trump from having been elected in 2024, and to offer more legitimate resistance to him in this moment. And they choose not to, because what it would require for them to actually win and to beat Trump is to be a more anti-establishment candidate than Donald Trump. And they're unwilling to do that. So Zohran Mamdani, frankly, is not even...
Shit. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I just put some pins on my fucking... I just had some pins on my desk that have been floating around. I was like, oh, I should put them up. I have like my Palestine, my stone cutters from The Simpsons, my Nuke the Whales, and a little Nurgling. But I went to put my fucking magnetized pillow thing on, and then they're made out of fucking steel, so it grabbed them and fucked them up. Somewhere is that little rubber back end of that thing. Oh, damn it, my little pin that's supposed to... I was trying to do a no free clout to hide the brand of this chair, but this may not work. And then sitting on a thing full of needles is probably dangerous. I'll find the back to that thing later.
Even offer, like, his policy prescriptions are not even that radical. Free buses in the richest city, in the richest country in the world, give me a break.
Sock them.
Yeah.
And have the richest people pay for it.
And have the richest people pay for it. Taxing, again, this
I love the thing that he said in the debate in the Andrew Schultz podcast. I don't even know what the podcast is called. It's just, as far as I know, it's the Andrew Schultz podcast, where he sits there and then three of his friends sit in the other far end of the cuck couch and just wait. And then they very rarely get to add in their 2 cents. And then he's sort of like the face of it, as far as all the clips and whatever I've seen. But he's like, they've spent more money on PACs and attack ads than I would have ever taxed them by a large margin. Just save that money for the taxes. And then what are you mad about? What are you mad about? You know what I mean? It's like, oh shit, there's something. It's not about the money for them. Oh, they'd flee with 2% taxes. Nah, it's not about that, man. It's about something else.
That has, like, I think the largest concentration of millionaires and billionaires in the entire planet. It should be a no-brainer.
That's crazy.
Freeze, it should be a no-brainer.
Like Dubai, really? What the fuck? Oh, well, maybe all the slaves, bring down that number, maybe. So yeah, okay. Honestly, yes. I mean, yeah. Should have been doing it since. Just hit it. You know what I mean? That's an all timer.
But if it's that easy in terms of accepting it, right? It's not, like you said, it's not that extreme. It's popular. I don't know anybody who doesn't want to pay lower rent, who doesn't want the free bus, etc. At least.
Oh, I know a couple of people.
I know some people. yeah, Mark, you got to live in Florida. People love to have the opportunity. Like, oh, give me the opportunity. I'll make me grind harder. Don't you dare fucking tax me to make me grind harder. Absolutely not. But raise the prices of everything. That will make me grind harder. The prices being high, that's not a tax on me. That's just the way it should be. Yeah.
And they're all billionaires.
Fair enough.
Backing Cuomo.
Right. But in terms of everyday people,
yeah,
this is what they want.
Yeah. But this is the fundamental issue
but
with
why
the Democratic Party.
It's
the money. It's follow the money. It's the money that talks. And this is a party, and the Democrats are not unique in this.
Oh, well, they don't put it in those exact terms, right? They just go, these people just want free stuff, right? Even when you're offering free stuff to them. Like, we do the campaign of, hey, the energy company outside here, the energy company that we all have, is a for-profit company from North Carolina that just has a guaranteed 10 to, somewhere between 9 to 11% guaranteed rate of return on all equity or like certain types of like infrastructure projects, whatever it is. Whenever they do something, they're guaranteed profits. They literally run at like billions of profits. They are a for-profit company. You need electricity to fucking survive, for not only being able to cook food and do whatever, but also fucking run air conditioning. People literally die without it. And just also, whatever you want, living life. But these people get to give it to you for a profit, and there's no fucking, free market to hit for it. We're offering them like, hey, we would like to look into having the city run the distribution of electricity. They would still own the power plant, technically. We're just talking about the distribution lines and the transmission. Just having city ownership of that, and then having the rights to decide how we spend the money, if we increase rates to then bury lines, whatever it is. Like, we would all have that decided, and there's no profits involved. And they're like, why are you so against them having profits? What makes you think that the government would do it better than this company? And it's like, can you fucking complain to the CEO? Do you get to elect the CEO of this company? No, you could at least show up to the city council and say, guys, this sucks, right? I'm going to vote against you. I don't like you. Like, you just literally get hung up on if you call customer service, right? And it's just like, they want to find a reason to think it's bad, to think that it's socialist. We were in a meeting with a city councilor to talk to them about it. And he was incredibly like aggressive and angry and being like, you people want this. I know that's, like, we were trying to beg the city council, because we have one DSA member on the city council, Richie Floyd, in St. Pete City Council. And we were trying to get them to approve the idea to ask for free quotes for what a feasibility study would cost. So like, you just go out to all the different feasibility study companies and say, would you please give us a free quote? They had to vote on that. And it was like a 5-4. If it went, it needed more than 50%. So it was like a 6-4 vote. But if it was a 5-5, it would have been like dead in the water. So it was down to one last vote for them to say, like, we would like to get a quote, and it's just like, it's crazy. It's crazy. So like, between the people in charge and then even some of the people on the street, you get people who just, it's the status quo, it's the way life is, and they think that that's best because that's the way it is. And if it wasn't best, then what does that mean my entire life has been? I can't possibly cope with the idea that maybe things have not been as good as they could have been. So therefore, it is actually the best, and I can close my eyes and sleep good at night. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's the most rational I can think about it. Yeah.
We have two corporate parties in this country.
Now, the majority of people do agree with it and are like, normally they're like, get out of my house. What are you doing here? Knocking on my door, canvassing or whatever it is. But they're like, wait, Duke Energy? Oh, give me that. I fuck these guys. Fuck these guys. You'll even get the most like yee, chud fucking, emote, guys that are like, what? Give me that shit. I fucking hate these guys. So like, there's plenty of them that see reason, but there are some out there
that both substantially take money from the same corporate interest groups that are unified behind ideas like the real estate lobby, the health insurance lobbies, the military-industrial complex. And so you're not going to get a lot of difference of opinion, a little diversity of political opinion on those big-ticket issues. And what you have is two parties that have distinguished themselves from each other on identity and cultural issues because there's no real money at play in that. Everyone's happy to fight over, trans people become a political football, DEI becomes a political football, because at the end of the day, whether or not the NYPD parade has a pride flag on it or not costs zero people $0. What their interest is in protecting property, real estate, rents. What their interest is in protecting the wealthiest people in the world who are.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I guess it draws eyes, it gets headlines, it gets clicks, and in the end, it's ultimately not the same thing as material conditions, right? Whether or not they paint over the crosswalk that has the pride colors on it really doesn't actually, I mean, it does matter. It's dumb and it's cruelty is the point and whatever, but making that the issue instead of why is our rents going up? Why is why are we not doing something to help the homeless problem in our local areas? Why, you know, all these other things are like, I don't want to like minimize LGBT and, you know, other issues, and then the way that that can slowly shift the way that other people are otherized and stuff. But LGBT people are also starving and having bad rent, and also need, you know, like there's lots of, you know, you can still help them in the way that might be the most beneficial. And also your party will get more strength through those ballot measures and policies, which then can help you then actually keep the painted LGBT colors on the fucking crosswalk, right? Like big picture, you know, I don't know.
Living in New York City from having any increase in their taxes.
So would it be accurate to say that the Democratic Party would rather lose every election to keep the status quo than to win on these issues that Mamdani
100%. And there's no clear demonstration of this, then I'm sorry. The 2024 election in Gaza. Kamala Harris has now admitted this in her book, but we didn't need
the book that she may or may not have written based off of some bizarre inconsistencies in how she's remembered history versus how she, like, if you wrote a book about this entire time, not only did you live it, but then you sat down and you ruminated upon it and then got through the whole thing. And then 2 months later, you're on a fucking interview and you talk like it never existed that way. That's crazy. Hitting over the sidewalk is cruelty, and focusing on an identity is stupid rather than focusing on the government that painted over it is focusing on the identity. Well, true. Literally true. You know what I mean? Actually, you know, yeah. Yeah, because like, okay, you think us painting it is identity politics and pandering, but now you painting over it is also double pandering, right? It's like, what? Like, unless like for some reason, like, I don't know, the colors are causing accidents because people are confused about whether or not they should drive on this. Like you're just paying even more city money to come out here with black and white paint again to go over it. So now you're wasting time on top of wasting time, according to you, about wasting time, right? It should just be like, who cares, you know? Like naming Fort Bragg back to Fort Bragg. It's just like, that's okay. Now you're just making a statement. You know what I mean? Like, if the other one was making a statement and is dumb, you should be the bigger adult and move on. But instead, you're like, no, put it back to the racist. Put it back to the evilest people possible.
Her to tell you about it. There were polls that were out over the summer of last year that showed that she could win in 3 swing states if she backed an arms embargo. She declined to do so. And in fact,
lost them all.
Recall, after she became the nominee, there was like a 3-week period where she was riding the wave of high public opinion just because she wasn't Biden. Everyone was just sort of relieved that they didn't have to deal with another disastrous debate performance from Joe Biden. But she was doing no media. And it seemed...
Yeah. Also, people get mad at like MLK Street. You know what I mean? Like that's like, come on. Like unless like every other street is named MLK Street and it's confusing you, that would be like, I guess, a legitimate grievance, but like, whatever, man. Yeah. Which means in Florida, I'm sure in due time, there will be Charlie Kirk Avenue or something, right? There's going to be like the Turning Pike USA, you know, exit or something, right? There's going to be like a turnpike that they're going to mix in. They're going to do it. And then it's up to us to decide if we will. It's funny. Yeah. There's going to be something, right? I mean, I would give them that if we could remove, like, my brother lives in Georgia and he lives in Lee County. And I was like, Lee? Like Robert E. Lee? My brother's like, no. It's not Robert E. Lee. It's Robert E. Lee's dad. And I'm like, that's not probably any better, right? It's like I said, it's technically better, but it's just on the same line as just as bad, right? You know, it's insane, right? Like, you know, it's just, I mean, he's not defending it, obviously, you know. It is a funny workaround, yeah. You know, it's like maybe his dad was cool. I mean, like, because like Kamala Harris's dad is cool, right? Technically, it is possible, but also we know what you're doing. Like, let's be real, right? It's in Georgia. I mean, we know what you're doing.
And like there was almost an acknowledgement from her campaign that once she started opening her mouth, she might lose the goodwill that had come to her from just
I did not know
Biden.
The ballroom thing. Is it really? Oh my God. That's crazy. Now I'm trying to think about how you could do that same 1-2, but you would be like with like Tectone and his dad. You know, you would name something, but I guess like his dad's not called like, Mr. Tectone Senior, right? Like it's not really the same. That doesn't really work. But it's just another father-son duo that's been disgraced, but then also embraced in some other ways. I don't know. Oh, really? That's such a pussy way to do it. Like it's, not to be misogynistic, but like, what the hell, guys? Like, I thought you were gonna stand on business. Stand on business. Like, why wouldn't you name it after him? Did he actually do some fucked up? Do you think maybe you shouldn't have named it after him, but you want to do it just to stick it to the libs? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's like when they called Bill de Blasio and said, Bill de Blasio says Mamdani is a communist and will hurt America. And by that, we mean we just called some guy whose name was William de Blasio, who just happens to be some guy with the same name. And it's like, that's insane that you just talk to some random guy, with the same name. And like, that's a headline right there, That's crazy.
One thing during that 3 weeks of media silence that her team was sure to make clear was that she was not breaking from Biden on Israel and that she absolutely would not support an arms embargo. That was a choice. And this
I mean, it's like the most populated city in America, and well, not the world probably, but it's if you're going to run the odds, you want to run the odds. But I get it, like there feel like there should have been. I mean, like also, but it is the funniest thing possible, especially if you're like an apolitical, I don't give a fuck kind of guy. If you happen to have that name, you probably got shit about that name your entire life as soon as that other person was like important, right? It's like the Office Space movie. The guy's name was like a singer. And it's like, oh, wait, so-and-so, like, no, separate name. Sorry, like, I knew a guy who played Warhammer 40K. His name was John Lennon. His name is John Lennon, right? He gets that shit all the time. So if you all of a sudden get a phone call and they start talking to you like you're the thing, you're like, this is the funniest thing I could ever do. So you might think to yourself, it's on that guy to be like, listen, I'm not the dude, you idiot. But also, that's his one chance to finally get redemption for that thing that's been like probably annoying the fuck out of him. So you know what? Respect. Long Island. Is Long Island not in New York City? I know Staten Island is a part of the boroughs. I guess Long Island's a part of New York State, but it's not in New York City. But it's like where all the rich people live. Because when I went on a remote shoot for Joy Mangano, there was a movie about this lady starring the lady from the Hunger Games and the guy from The Hangover. I don't remember their names. Got it. I was able to go up to Long Island, and it was like the most suburbish, super rich, still a lot of hills and whatever, but it was like, I'm like, wow, this is New York. This feels like, but I guess it makes sense that it's not actually in the city or whatever, but it's like insanely expensive. And she was trying to sell her house, and we were filming because it's like COVID and stuff. So we were like filming remotes in her house instead of her coming to the studio. And then she got so used to then doing remotes in her house that we would just make it a big part of it, whatever. Yeah, she had a movie made about her called Joy, and it's about selling mops on QVC, which she eventually got kicked out of QVC and came to HSN for many years. And then QVC bought HSN and then kicked her out again. And then after a few years, they invited her back. It's crazy. Interesting. I think I watched like it's like from the Morning Brew, which is the same people as Good Work with Dan Toomey. They have their other like channel where they do stuff, and they were covering these like specialty, super expensive grocery stores where they would bring in wild ingredients, and all these rich people were talking about how expensive it is. And it's like, okay, you're buying completely organic, gay caviar or whatever. And it's like, okay, man, like, sick, like, oh no, now it's too rich for your blood. The millionaires are like, they're getting priced out of the market. It's like, oh man, it was a really weird story because I thought they were going to go into it more about like, more like harpooning them, but they were just like, this is weird. And that was it. It was very like lightly handled. But I guess the Morning Brew, there's a bunch of different people that do stuff for it. And they all have different angles and, skill sets or whatever. because there's that one little the young blonde lady who was like doing plumbing stuff and whatever, and I think she has a good approach to a lot of things. But this was handled by somebody else I'd never seen before. So they're kind of like a little mini More Perfect Union, kind of they'll make interesting videos all the time. So
it's not in retrospect, oh gosh, maybe if I had done a little better on Gaza. She wouldn't even lie about Gaza and a ceasefire the way that Donald Trump was willing to do. And
True. I mean, politicians lie. It's not like we like that. But if you're supposed to be blue no matter who and fighting for harm reduction and whatever, and also you lied about fucking Medicare for all, right? Like you didn't actually care about Medicare for all. So let's forget the idea that you don't lie to just sort of make the proof, to save face or whatever. So you wouldn't even lie about it, Everyone being like, oh, Hassan, you didn't endorse Kamala. Like Kamala didn't endorse herself by just doing the thing that made sense, right? Like she didn't want it, like. Literally, like even being like, you know what? I can't think of a single thing I would do different. Actually, everything sucks. Everyone hates it, but I can't put my finger on a single thing I would do different. Actually, weird.
You can debate whether or not you think any of the ceasefires that have emerged under Trump, these impermanent ceasefires, and the one that we're technically in now, during which dozens and
hundreds of people died. It was funny when this interview was done.
Dozens of Palestinians have been killed in violation of the ceasefire, kind of ceasefire. But at least he was willing to present himself as the pro-ceasefire, anti-war, America First candidate. And all you have to do is look like the more anti-establishment candidate than your opponent.
Speaking of anti-establishment, we're living in a moment where dissent is being punished. The National Guard has been deployed in U.S. cities. Immigration enforcement is carried out through mass raids. Some people are calling Donald Trump's policies unprecedented, but you've made a different argument. You've said that this is not just about Donald Trump. How do you see this chapter in the broader kind of political story?
I mean, ICE was around during Bush, and then Biden used ICE. Like some of the famous videos that I've seen being recirculated about like understanding your rights when it comes to warrants and stuff, that was all done during the Biden administration. Trying to get people to get migrants out of their car because they have a warrant of removal for certain people or something instead of a judge warrant signed by a district judge and whatever. So we've been using ICE. Now, obviously, it's been used to a different degree, but I've known of different profiles and people kind of call out how bad ICE is, saying like, ICE must be disbanded or whatever, like for years now, like 10 years now. So, and obviously, the cages were built by Obama, all these different things, just, in different degrees and shades, but that taking one half step forward, 3 steps back approach that the Democrats have been doing is, if you don't like this, then you maybe you shouldn't have liked these other things. And then maybe that should wake you up to something better. We'll see what she says.
Much of what Donald Trump is doing was loudly signaled in Project 2025. And if we want to be even more historical with our scope, the entire trajectory of the Republican Party over the last 50 years or so were loudly signaled by what is known as the Powell Memo, where soon-to-be Supreme Court Justice Lewis Powell, then working for Philip Morris, penned this memo that was a blueprint for Republicans to reclaim prominence in the United States after decades of successful left movements, from the labor movements in the 30s and 40s to the civil rights movements in the 50s and 60s to the women's liberations movement and gay rights movements in the 60s and 70s. They looked around and said, oh my gosh, we're losing the plot. What are we going to do? And part of it was the takeover of the court via the Federalist Society, picking and cultivating ideologically from law school on up, people who were going to have a free enterprise mindset in the court, and who would maybe even throw you a couple of bones on cultural issues in the court, right?
Yeah.
As Lewis Powell did, he was perceived to be relatively moderate because he would, be a tie-breaking vote on an issue like affirmative action. But when you look at the decisions that relate to corporations, again and again, consistently, you get these pro-corporate decisions that anticipate and then come to fruition in Citizens United. So what we're seeing under Trump is in some ways unique because of the severity of it, but in some ways has been a long time coming. And Democrats, to their credit, did wave this red flag about 2025 in the lead up to this election. But again, we come back to the point I was making just a few moments ago, which is if you understood that this was coming, and if you understood that this longer plan has been in the works for 50 years or so, why has there not been any counterinsurgency effort from the Democratic Party? Why don't we have a legitimate resistance party to push back against it? And I would argue that the answer is the same free enterprise-minded corporate interests that funded that project are also funding the Democratic Party. Look around at all of the billionaires that we now are considered to be right-wing and Trump supporting. Elon Musk used to be a Dem guy. Jeff Bezos used to be a Dem guy. All of these people Mark Zuckerberg, I'm old enough to remember when all the good liberals graduating with me from college wanted to work for Facebook, and we all maybe not me, but like everyone loved Mark Zuckerberg. It was liberal coded tech, generally speaking. California, all of this was liberal coded institutions. But they follow the money and they follow power, and none of it was ever ideological in the way that liberals tend to.
Okay, yeah. Just the interests are connected, and even when they were liberal to the extent that the connection was there. I don't know that they saw an issue with the connection falling from the Dems currently. That's why they made the shift over. I think it was just like they were seeing the power acceleration on the other side, and that's where the shift happened. And also it more truly aligned with their thing. They were willing to present themselves as a certain thing, but then behind closed doors could totally be chill in all the parties and all the rooms, because ultimately they were all in the same team, right? So they could say, look, I'm going to be, I don't know, woke, whatever the term was before, back in the day. I try to remember what it was even called. Socially conscious. I don't even know what we used to say before woke was bastardized to what it is now. But they would do it for it was the most like palatable way to be public presenting, but behind the scenes, it's all keeping the money going. So yeah, that's an interesting perspective on it to take, instead of like it's like more the outsiders than the actual insiders, like, oh, look, Obama built the cages. Like, no, like the outsiders, the zeitgeist of America angle.
Focus on.
You talk about liberals and liberalism a lot. In fact, you've called it a moral void. And
Did I say that?
Yeah.
So I've had to think about the definition of liberalism, because like there's lots of different ways it gets used, right? There's the, you libtard. And then there's also like the being liberal with the amount of Parmesan cheese you put on something. Like there's a lot of different ways that the word is used. And even in a political context, calling someone a liberal, like Hassan will say, everyone's a liberal, but he means everybody knows how to, appeal to the greater sensibilities of individuals and doesn't want to step on toes and will be kind of like, holding back to certain degrees and certain elements. But I guess it generally just means allowing corporations to have autonomy within a structure of people, kind of thing, is I think the most accurate way to think about it in certain contexts like this.
And you said many times that Democrats are negligent and that they're just not standing for anything. I guess my question is, why do you see Democratic politics or liberalism at large as a moral failure, as opposed to a series of bad choices or compromises? In other words, you're not just saying they're wrong. You're saying something far more serious about their kind of ethical and moral composition.
I guess I am. I guess I think that it is dishonest, something stronger than dishonest, immoral, to understand the threat and to purport to be a resistance party that is distinguished from your opponent because of your investment in the well-being of historically marginalized groups and poor and working class people, and to be ready to gamble those interests away, those individuals away, under the pretense of compromise.
But again, you're assuming they're being disingenuous as opposed to...
Here's why.
Yeah.
I say it's a pretense because the Zoran example is instructive. There is a left populist economic path to electoral success. Zoran is writing that path. You don't need to become Liz Cheney to win. And in fact, Liz Cheney is not exactly winning in politics. And bear-hugging Liz Cheney did not turn out so well for Kamala Harris in terms of ginning up votes. Certainly trotting her out to Dearborn, Michigan does not seem like a very wise choice in retrospect.
Yeah.
Nope.
So you have to ask yourself, are Democrats really so empty-headed? Are they just so goofy and silly and mistaken that they don't realize that 88% of Democrats support a policy like Medicare for all, and they just decline to run on it because oopsie daisy, they didn't realize? Did they not realize that Israel's actions, the genocide in Palestine, is wildly unpopular, that we're living for the first time in the United States of America in a country that is more sympathetic toward Palestinians than Israelis, despite the overwhelming pro-Israel slant of the mainstream news? But, oh no, we think it's a good idea for Kamala Harris to continue Joe Biden's bear hug Bibi policy? And they didn't realize that? Or were there interests that are more persuasive to the Democratic Party? Groups, if you will, which is a term that's often used to derisively describe like working class, people-centered groups.
Yeah.
Environmental groups, good groups. But all of these lobbying groups and these groups whose interests are antithetical to the interests of the people are what's really driving the Democratic choice. And so when you hear about compromise and you have to be a center party and you have to be pragmatic in order to win, that's all propaganda to justify why they won't just run on legitimately popular policies like universal health care, like taxing the rich, like a $15 minimum wage. Really basic stuff here.
As we talk about sort of collapse,
I wonder if the $15 minimum wage angle shows when she was in connection to things and then when she's been out of things. I mean, I guess maybe $15 is still sort of a talking point in places, but it just seems like it's still outdated by modern liberal progressive standards. But because like Florida, like in a year or two, our slow increase to $15 minimum wage will have taken place. You know what I mean? Like we have $15 minimum wage in Florida, right? So let that sink in. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm pretty sure New York already has 15, if not more, more or whatever. But Pennsylvania or other places may or may not. I don't know the exact specifics. It's not really. But her perspective on it was. I mean, I don't disagree with it. It was just a different angle than I thought it would be.
in these left-right divides, we now see people like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Fascinating person. Sometimes when she's talking, she sounds a little bit like an anti-war socialist.
Only if you listen to the headline or a clip. If you listen to the whole thing, it's not. I've said before, I think she's positioning, a couple of chess moves ahead or whatever for the eventual MAGA death and then post-MAGA world. That's my guess, but we'll see.
For example, she recently gave an interview where she said, the two-party system is broken. We're sending billions to Ukraine and Israel while Americans can't afford health insurance. Now, she says that, but she also thinks that Muslims are unfit for government. How do you make sense of this moment where we're starting to hear voices on the left and the right sound eerily similar at times?
Everyone has figured out that we're in a populist moment. So everybody's grabbing for language easy.
Everybody, as in there are people on either side. Not everybody like the actual everybody, but there are people that are seeing the motion that it gives.
The populist language. I've noticed some lefty type candidates doing the same thing. John Ossoff. Everyone realizes that you gotta say, it's not left-right, it's top-down, right? Like both parties are bad. Like everyone's figured it out.
The yang, the forward direction. It's not left, right. It's not up, down, but twirling towards freedom.
I agree with that. I say those things all the time.
But you mean it.
I mean, so this is the question. You got to ask some follow-up questions and see how deep this goes. Is it just a rhetorical shift? I was able to interview Marjorie Taylor Greene when she was on The Hills Rising a year or two ago, maybe a couple of years ago. And she was not as far down this kind of a anti-war populist path as she is now, but she was definitely on her way. And she was very much critical of the war in Ukraine and the funding for the war in Ukraine. So I asked her, do you more broadly support a cut to America's military budget? And the answer was no.
Of course.
Okay, so I'm like begging journalists who have the opportunity to actually talk to her now to ask the follow-up question. If she is frustrated by how much we're spending on foreign wars when Americans don't have health care, ask her if she supports increased health care spending domestically.
Right.
Do you support universal health care? What, in lieu of that, do you actually support to bring down health care costs for Americans? If she has no answer, it's the bluster that you think it is. And the same goes for some of the liberal candidates that are also adopting this language. I need specifics.
Mm-hmm.
Because Harris said Medicare for all, Biden said public option, all these things that then immediately, it's not even that like they don't think it's viable. They don't even care to talk about it anymore. It's not actually a part of their thing. They blow smoke just to try to look better. It's important to remember that, and then also important to understand how to drill in, right? In that sense of asking more questions. I can understand maybe how they're like, look, the exact specifics of it would have to get figured out later, but I just wanted to fix this problem. I can see that being a deflection or whatever, but if you're serious about it or you're not, that's that's what you want to get down to.
As you pointed out, neither the so-called left and the so-called right are particularly reliable politically. You've taken considerable heat and paid a lot of professional costs for your positions. How do you hold that together?
Look, I was a lawyer before this, and I didn't leave the law and become a journalist because I wanted a pay raise.
That's true.
So, to me, it feels very much like I was driven in this direction because I have ideological commitments, and I want my life to be something more than long. I think that's from Pippin. But so I don't know that I have a choice. Do I fantasize sometimes about going to Hollywood and becoming a screenwriter and just doing something creative that doesn't involve any of this? So you don't have to sell out, but you just can just do something for yourself. Sure. Do I watch more reality TV that is healthy for a person my age? Yeah, 100%.
I recommend Frogan or Casey Tron if you want to get on the girly pop but still stay connected.
But ultimately, I find being in the mix and having some influence to be less frustrating than being a lawyer sitting on the sidelines watching the media completely mischaracterize and misunderstand the Bernie movement of 2016, for instance. I mean, that was the moment that drove me into freelancing and moving in this direction and entering
Okay, so there you go. She was in the 2016, but not the 2020.
Politics. So I am grateful, and I am heartened by the fact that there is an audience of people that is receptive to these arguments. I have found an enormous amount of community. I don't feel like I have a minority position. What's frustrating is, in fact, that we have the majority position, but that we are being effectively...
Maybe I'm very out of it, and this has nothing to do with anything. But I don't think I've seen multiple layers of lipstick before, but I kind of like it. Kind of neat. I thought it was just like wearing off kind of thing and not really thinking about it, but it seems like there's two distinct colors. That's kind of cool. I don't think I've ever seen that before other than like in garish avant-garde style outfits and whatever. Total non sequitur, but
silenced. We are the silent majority,
Yeah.
and we are being effectively silenced because there is no major party in the United States that is willing to accept us and represent our views.
So it sounds like you're not going anywhere.
No. And I do think that this moment where there is an enormous amount of frustration with the Democratic Party among rank and file Democrats presents opportunities for those of us who would like to see a break from the party. And short of that, the threat of a break that is sufficiently real that it actually forces Democrats to have to choose the people over their corporate commitments. I don't know that we're close to that. I don't know that the party fundamentally can ever be reformed because I believe the purpose of it is to advance those corporate commitments. It's like, you can't, ship of Theseus an elephant into a walrus. Like, they're just two different things. You can't just change the parts out. And I am heartened by the fact that increasingly Americans seem to understand that. But
Okay, I guess just thinking that idea. I like the way, but I'll just one up it because she gave me the base. Ship a Theseus from a sailboat to, or sailing ship to a spaceship. Like you can't replace part by part and end up with a completely separate thing because it won't be functional while you're putting a fucking rocket booster on it. It just doesn't make sense. You can't replace parts that opposite or whatever. But whether or not I agree with it, but that's an interesting way to think about it and to pose the instead of the reform, the dirty break or the clean break. I'm not sure which one's which, but
people like Bernie Sanders who are in a position to say like, hey, I've been fighting against this party my whole life. This is why I'm an independent. Like, we tried to do it their way. I tried to run as a Democrat. I tried to work within the inside. They've demonstrated an unwillingness to go this route. We've got to do a dirty break. He's in a position to say and do that and is declining to do so. And instead is acting in a way that I think ultimately makes him a sheepdog in getting people back into the party. And my concern about Zohran Mamdani is the same. As much as I have praised him for his incredible political skills and what he's been able to do and the values that seem to really predate this campaign, certain retrenchments that he has made since winning the primary, despite...
Interesting. I did not expect this, but I suppose maybe I should not have been so, not naive, but just, I did not realize that she was not recanting her Bernie support, whatever it is, but like seeing that she wants to go more extreme. I would not have thought that she would be along this line based off the things I heard earlier. And I don't know enough about the full stuff, but that's an interesting perspective coming from a person who is, not like she's like a Zoran hater or whatever, but just sort of like a critical, I would, from my completely non place of expertise, think that I don't think that I am critical of Zoran for saying like, look, the police have an important role in New York and the New Yorkers also believe that, right? I don't think, I'm not like clutching my pearls from the leftist perspective, clutching my, I don't know, manifesto of communism or whatever. I don't know, whatever it is that we would clutch. Clutching my kafia, I don't know, over it, because I understand that that's a message and there is his plan to not continue overfunding and then using those funds redirected to something which you could think about as defunding, because instead of it going up, now it's staying the same, where normally the inflationary measure makes it always at the, right? Like he's defunding it, but he's not saying it because there's people who are unaware because the Democrats never properly embraced the term and educated its populace on it. They just said, ew, that's kind of a bad look, and just never embraced it or looked into it at all. So he's doing what seems like a reasonable, right? That's my look at it. I might end up finding out that he, is a giant cop lover or something deep down the line, and see him constantly do, crime panics or whatever in the future. Who knows, right? I could be egg on my face soon. Who knows? But I don't see that. I see it as the or something different. So having that criticism so heavy, maybe that just means I'm just more right or not as left. But I think that seems a little unfounded. But I'm just a guy. But she's also a former, person, so she got kicked out. She didn't win, so maybe what does she know, right? I don't know. Like, who knows?
Being so far up in polls that it makes you ask the question, why? For who? For whom is this? It makes me question whether it is possible to be within the Democratic Party and carry on legitimate left progressive values.
Because, like, that I think is a totally reasonable question. Who is it for? They don't want to lose ground in the polls. They don't want to lose ground in the race, but also they don't want to see you. Because, like, I was thinking about how it must be insane to be Zoran. I've seen what a medium to small city council, I guess this is like a suburban, bigger area of people in like a city area. So it's like a medium to large city council, but not like, huge, large, like New York or whatever, but a race and what was expected of a candidate and minor amount of media hits. I guess that makes it a small one because there wasn't a lot of stuff or whatever. And then like the campaign ideas, what should you say? What should you not say? What should you put out? As soon as Zoran won the primary, the amount of attention and then like people flying up to him being like, look, I am an important person in this world and I know how to get things done. Like, you have done a great grassroots thing, but you don't realize the power you're up against. Billions of dollars are coming against you now. You need to work with me. And like, you going to yourself like, fuck, you know, we just got this shot. Am I going to blow it by not listening to somebody who might know more? Like, and then like, oh shit, should I dial this back a little bit and show, or should I not? Like, obviously he got that far without it, but also there's a new slumbering Leviathan that's been awoken that now come against you. And deciding whether or not you're going to say yes or no to every request and everything. I don't know. So the fact that he had said some things, this is also copium of me to be like, he is still my socialist king, and he's not being slowly, you know, corrupted by the machine at large. So seeing this can give a person worry, even if they still appreciate this person, they have worry that slowly this influence can come in because of electability and all these different things could still dig their claws in, even in what seems like the most left person. So I don't think it's wrong to have concerns over how much influence others can have over you. People wanted, you know, AOC to constantly be the radical that she was on the campaign trail. But then once she got in and saw how machine politics works, she changed things, and that seemed like a change too far for some. And I think it's reasonable to have concern about it, because if you're seeing it already shift now, how will that continue to shift? You hope that maybe he sees how ineffective the shift is, and as we build more and more support and have gigantic rallies and can flex our muscles, he doesn't need them as much, right? Like in some weird way, we can come in and support from the sidelines to give those other people less power, because when you come into an office with all this expectation on you, but also no support behind you, you might feel like you need to take a sip of that dark elixir or whatever. But if we are still there to back and defend it, then all of a sudden you're like, you know what? I can say no to this easier than I could have otherwise.
Economic populist values. And you're seeing the way he's being cowed and beaten down.
Right.
There's the threat from his own police force, which de Blasio also faced for what are ultimately pretty milquetoast criticisms of the NYPD. There is the recent New York Times write-up by Esther Hirden, in which he is meeting repeatedly with what is basically a business lobby for New York City business.
Like, that was one I did not understand in the same way. Maybe I have a bit more understanding now, but like, he openly said, I'll speak to anybody, because they're like, will you speak with Jewish people? He's like, yes, I'll speak with anybody. Will you speak with business people? Yes, I'll speak with anybody. And then he goes to speak with people and they go, oh, he spoke with people. Like, but it's like, I thought we were supposed to expect him to speak with anybody. So him talking to them and then telling them, like, look, relax, okay? You're not going to die. I'm not going to, you know, do executions in Times Square, but taxes will go up. But whatever, man, you'll be fine, right? Like, if that's how the conversation kind of went, like, look, I'll give you extra business because buses will be free and that'll help commerce. Like, there are things that make sense. When people have better minimum wage, they have more money in their pocket and they go buy fun things and nice food. Like, these are things that happen, and they're historically shown all over the place. So their fears is unfounded because of, you know, poor education and Red Scare shit. So talking to business leaders, I don't see it as a negative thing, but I saw some people, even people that I support, that are like, this is terrible to talk to the business leaders. And it's like, it's only terrible if you think that, I don't know, like he's corruptible or something, I guess. And in certain cases, you might see some amount of corruptibility. So then you would be, I guess, not totally wrong to be worried about it. But I don't think he's said like he's not taxing them or something instead. I don't know.
Owners, in which they believe that they have brought him in line. One of them refers to him, says something like, I think he's more of a economic populist capitalist as opposed to a democratic socialist. I'm paraphrasing, but you know, he's really a
but also they don't know what that means, right? Like a democratic socialist or doc, sem doc, whatever, that it is a capitalist in the sense that, you know, capital still exists. So like, and also they're coping on fucking, you know, MSNBC, you know, stock channels or CNBC or whatever their things are. So what do they know? I don't know shit. I say,
Capitalists, as they're all reassured. Now, is he just a smart politician that's saying what he needs to say to make them leave him alone? Or is he providing assurances that are compromises that are fundamentally undermining his political project? I
think it's a fair question. And without evidence, I don't know how to get too far beyond it other than at least, she's not happy with the way that he hugs the police while also still standing strong on his morals. But like, I don't see him ever actually hugging Capitol, right? In any of his changed rhetoric. So I don't think that it applies here. But again, I could be missing something that I'm not seeing.
If you fundamentally believe that every billionaire is a policy failure, what is the point of sitting at a table with the billionaires? Is his role to win, kind of just to win, to show that the left can do it? Or is the greater value of his campaign and his existence demonstrating the inability for a people-centered politics to exist in a system as corrupt as the New York Democratic Party and the Democratic Party on a national level? When he chose to stand his ground on the pro-Palestine rhetoric, he taught the country, he moved the country to the left and taught them that Israel was an apartheid state. When he was asked, do you believe in Israel's right to exist? And he says, I believe in any country's right to exist that's equal and not an apartheid state, which treats all of its citizens fairly. Again, he put it on the interlocutor asking him that question to say, oh, well, I believe in an apartheid state, right? Like, and that moment was transformative. And he has the ability to do that.
And then Cuomo comes out like he made his entire campaign about his stance on Gaza. Like he never talked about it once. People would run up to him and shout at him about it. And it's like, it's such a lie. And it's upsetting to people who know better. Right. But damn. And I didn't even see a lot of pushback in both. And whenever I would see that story go around and like, Cuomo making these statements, but it's like, they should be like, but he's a liar. He's the one that did it. They asked questions. He responded like, but I guess they want to seem impartial. So they don't want to like pick him down too much. And also they're, Cuomo was a fucking media thing. There's a whole News Nation shit. I guess they fired Chris Cuomo and then Andrew Cuomo. So I guess Chris Cuomo is the news one. They fired him. So you think that I don't know. It's just, it's weird. It's weird.
With the financial interest in New York, with Black Lives Matter and police violence, and on and on and on down the line. And his choice not to do so, even when he's already won the primary, is all but guaranteed to win the general election and is so far up in polls, is an interesting one. And do I think the value of him winning supersedes, not that it's an either or, to be clear, because he's up in the polls, but even hypothetically, do I believe that the value of him winning is more important than that magical thing that he did to edify the entire country about who Israel is? I personally don't.
I am happy that Sliwa stayed in the race because those poll numbers, like when Adams went out and basically 100% of those voters, like whenever you're thinking about multiple ballots and spoilers and stuff, it causes some amount of like, well, even if somebody didn't vote, they might split their votes either way, but 100% basically moved over to the other side. And I know for a fact, Sliwa voters, I guess they might just stay home. So a good portion will move to Cuomo. Probably none will go to Mamdani, but probably another portion, how big of a portion, would stay home. And that would be the ultimate decider in that situation, I guess, because, but I guess also if he just stays above 50%, it won't matter, but it makes it way more more of a nail biter than a 10% victory, right? So it's comforting that that's still in place because that alleviates that problem in a sense. So, because if he ends up winning like with, a 48 to something, that would be like one of those, like they might, I don't know. He would be the winner, but they're gonna harp on that and say, I was a spoiler. Even though the other percentage may not have continued. It could have still been a 51-49, even in that situation, if it is that tight. But we'll see what they do. We'll see how much he wins.
I personally don't.
Brianna Joy Gray, thank you so much for joining me on Upfront.
It's my pleasure.
That was cool. It was good to, I guess, catch up on a character that I had seen, a long time ago. And then also, I think it was an interesting perspective that both was aligned with me and not aligned with me in some ways. Both from a, it's very similar to me, but also more left version of me. So I thought that was nice. Okay. I don't know exactly what he's going to go into with this, but it's one-on-one with Federbitch. Let's see what the fucking moron has to say. I'm kind of curious because the last video was like, is Mamdani the future? The answer is he should be. He is and he should be, but they don't want him to be. And then let's see what he has to say.
How is this going to end? Are there any new signs this week that one of the political parties might blink? Joining us now is Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. He's one of 3 Senate Democrats who has been voting with Republicans to continue to fund the government. Senator, thanks for joining us. So, as you know, 42.
I did not realize there was 3 in total. That's interesting. And I guess there must be a few, depending upon the breakdown, there must be a few Republicans as well. Because I know Green is voting with the Democrats on releasing the Epstein files, but that's not in the Senate. But yeah.
Million Americans, including 2 million Pennsylvanians, will not receive food stamp or SNAP benefits this month because funding officially lapsed yesterday. The White House says this is the fault of Democrats for shutting down the government. Democrats note that the Trump administration is not dipping into the contingency funds for SNAP, and they think that Trump is doing that to pressure Democrats. How do you see it? Who do you blame for this?
Well, I mean, for me, fundamentally, I'm deeply distressing to know that 42 million Americans are going to lose their SNAP benefits. And now that's one of the big reasons why I refuse to shutting our government down. And again, I feel like the Democrats really need to own the shutdown. I mean, we're shutting it down. I know why they claim, because they want to address the tax credits, and I fully support that. I voted for all of their RCRs every single time, and I refuse to put 42 million Americans in the kinds of food insecurity. Now, this is all is solved by just reopen our government, and the people are now paid. Now, if we are the party that are fighting for working people. Now,
I did miss that. So first I was thinking that he's like, oh, you mean the ones that like he opened up, right? His, whatever the fuck they call those resolutions, whatever. But like there, yeah, that's so funny.
As far as I'm aware, every single union that's involved in
yeah.
This is now demanding to us to reopen that. That's the side that I'm in through this. And now the 4 airlines are now saying we really have to stop this right now. And why do we really want to make flying less safe by forcing this times of situation and making things that much stressed? So it's not something I support of.
It's a weird game of chicken because it's supposed to make the Republicans go, yo, we're looking bad, so we need to capitulate on certain things. The Democrats normally fold like a fucking piece of origami way before it even gets close to a shutdown actually happening. But they're weirdly holding their guns and driving this fucking car into the brick wall. And it's just like, don't you care? Don't you realize people are going to fucking hate this? What are you doing? Because they're trying to force some completely grotesque defunding of human fucking support. But then the longer that they're just so clearly on board for it and never going to change from it and don't give a fuck how upset everyone gets over it, like you will make people more upset at them, I guess. But is it worth the harm done? Like planes and shit? Like that's kind of insane. Normally it's like a stick to your guns and hold strong because they will eventually have to cede. But then like, oh God, they're never going to cede. Oh God. What the fuck? Like I'm glad I'm not having to make the decision. You know what I'm saying?
And I don't want to be involved. And now we can find a way forward. We need to find a way forward. And I do believe we
But the fact that he's one of the only ones that goes against it, I guess it's like, you know what, hold strong. Because if I'm going to be, one of the only people to lock arms with him, I'm like, okay, I mustn't be making a mistake here. So
can achieve these kinds of tax credits. And this is something I support, but it's the wrong tactic. It was wrong when the Republicans did it. It's wrong now that we seem to be driving it.
Senators say that bipartisan talks to end this logjam seem to be gaining steam, though an actual agreement is out of reach as of now. Do you know where these bipartisan talks to end the shutdown are? We're on day 33 of the shutdown, obviously.
I sure hope so. I mean, this is an absolute fail. It's embarrassing, honestly. If we can't even kind of, keep the lights on like this, and now reminding everybody, federal workers have had to borrow more than $1/3 billion just to pay their own bills. I mean, those are the kinds of workers that make this, and they're really.
I would say 300 million, but I guess $1/3 billion sounds more impactful, but not. I don't know if you get the round up like that fucking far down the scale.
Really suffering now too, and now people now can't count on their SNAP benefits, and they'll also WIC and Head Start. These are the kinds of people, why I'm a Democrat, fighting for people that just like that. Now, it seems like we're moving against our core values to keep our government shut down at this point, as now we're approaching 33 days now.
Our core value of giving in and capitulating, our core value of saying, uncle.
Yeah. So let's talk about the issue that Democrats say they're fighting for in the shutdown.
What do you think they think they're actually fighting for? Underfunding fucking federal workers? Is that what you say? That's what they say, but it's like, okay, what a weird thing to put on it specifically.
Pennsylvania's Obamacare marketplace says that more than 150,000 Pennsylvanians are going to lose their coverage if these enhanced premiums expire at the end of the year. In Allegheny County, where you live, average monthly health care costs are projected to rise 75%. In rural Juniata County,
that's just murder. I can't see, especially on a macro scale, you cannot see how that is not going to cause significant problems. Like we were talking about, the overall benefit of society and social safety nets and taking care of their citizens leads to less likely people randomly doing knife attacks and shit, right? Like you causing a 75% increase in just one specific county as an example is going to cause significant damages in every perceivable way of human interaction. It's just, what the fuck?
Prices are going to jump a staggering 435%. Have any Republicans offered you any assurances that they will work with Democrats to actually do something to prevent this from happening if Democrats reopen the government?
Yeah, well, I absolutely do believe, because a lot of those counties that you just referenced now, they're all very, very red. And then I do believe many Democrats now realize, and now Republicans realize, that we have to address this and extend these tax credits.
Right. So just do it now, right? If this is the linchpin to get the government opened, and you say that you're going to give in on it from the Republican side, you say that, okay, we'll do it. Just open the government first, then we'll talk about it. Well, brother, we're in November now, right? This is when you said you wanted to hold off for. So let's talk about it now. And then all of a sudden you open the government, big W for you or whatever for opening it up and willing to negotiate, bipartisanship, right? All the libbers are going to love it. But they're not even willing to because they don't actually want to fucking fix it.
And I absolutely hope that we do. This is what I'm saying. Like, I fully support these things, but this is.
So then make them do it now. Like, if even Republicans are seeing it, then make them do it now. What's the big deal? What's the problem?
It's the wrong tactic. And right now, by doing this, our government shut down, we're getting neither of those things. And they guarantee neither you're going to get your SNAP benefits and you're not going to get this kind of tax credits that we all need. Reopen this thing and we can find a way forward. That's the way democracy operates for right now.
There are big elections on Tuesday, obviously coast to coast in New Jersey and Virginia and California. There's a referendum on redistricting. In New York City, polls
right, that was the thing.
show that the Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani is in the lead. for the mayor's race. You've previously dismissed him as, quote, not even a Democrat, and it is true he's a Democratic socialist.
You fucking sort of, what the fuck? Huh? I mean, are now everyone's, incredibly minor specifics getting, oh, wait, sorry, you're not a Republican, you're a Tea Party Republican. Oh, wait, hold on. Like, are we going to, like, start splitting hairs on every possible fucking definition? What the fuck is this? He won the Democratic nomination. He's literally the D. He's not the DS or the SD. He's the D. What the fuck?
Do you think it would be a mistake for New Yorkers to elect him as mayor? Would you vote for?
Do you think that the babies that he might consume in his demonic empowerment would be on the blood of every New Yorker that ever cast a ballot for him? Do you possibly? Do you care to comment? Like, what the hell?
Cuomo, if you were a New Yorker, or Sliwa?
No, that's going to be New York's voice. Socialism is not the future of my party. And if that's going to be their
well, his party's the Republicans at this point, obviously, but yeah,
their future, that's really up to New York City.
That's funny that Fetterman, brain damaged Fetterman, are actually more center and or left than Jake Tapper's framing. That's wild.
To decide those things. We all know how socialism works out. Ask anybody that's lived under those kinds of systems.
Also, they also just so happened to coincidentally live under crippling embargoes and sanctions. Surprisingly, I wonder why those are so hand in hand. I guess it must be a socialist tenet to have, global restrictive trade things. That must be what they stand by, because all of them have it. Wait, what? yeah.
All across the globe. But
they're unrelated to their specific ideology. It's just related to the rest of the globe. Yeah.
For me, as a Democrat, as a committed Democrat, I might disagree in some areas.
He's committed, to, I don't know, the crazy house. Yeah.
Like shutting down our government or other areas now. But for me, as a committed Democrat, I'm going to push back and announce people that this is wrong. And now we are hurting the very people that we fight for. And now we're getting nothing for them if we continue to keep our government shut down.
But the counter to that is you're getting something for them if the Republicans give in. That means you got them something that you would not have gotten otherwise. They were willing to do this many days in a row of a shutdown to not give us that thing. But if they eventually relent, then you got them something. Currently, before you finish, you've gotten nothing. But as soon as you finish, you've gotten something, right? It's kind of how things work.
Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John Fetterman, thank you so much for joining us, sir. Appreciate it. Former President Obama is on the trail stumping for Democrats in New Jersey and Virginia. But where's President Trump? My panel joins me now. Congressman Carter, where is President Trump? I mean, his nominees, his candidates in Virginia and in New Jersey are very strong MAGA supporters.
Absolutely they are, and President Trump is right there with them, and I can assure you.
But not physically.
Well, look, where's President Trump?
He's like Obi-Wan Kenobi's ghost. He's there echoing in their mind.
He's in Asia. He's negotiating trade deals. He's negotiating world peace. To ask where President Trump is
world peace. He recently sent out a thing about how he wants to go after, was it Nigeria? Like he was like, oh, there's all these Christians dying in Nigeria by radical Muslims. We need to go and, with force, go into there. Also restricting airspace until like March of next year over Venezuela. Bombing and killing people, world peace, my ass, dude. Also, apparently Nigeria has 220 million people. Crazy. I'm so fucking stupid. I did not realize how many human beings were living in just that one part of Africa, let alone, the entirety of it. Basically 2/3 of the United States in one country. And it's very split Christian Muslim, and more Muslims are actually dying than Christians as if it needed to have like a fucking kill count or whatever, but to act like there's like, complete wanton slaughter of Christians is silly.
It's really just a
Well, he's at
useless
Mar-a-Lago technically right now. I mean,
well, where has he been, and where will he be? And certainly he is supporting these candidates, and we've got great candidates. I think Tuesday night's going to be a great victory for Republicans.
Ashley, what do you think? What is Tuesday night
The face you made.
going to be? And if Democrats win the Prop 50 out in California to allow Democrats to grab more House seats through redistricting,
That's what that is. Okay, that makes sense.
and the governor's race in Virginia and New Jersey, and also, as expected, the mayor's race in New York City.
Whoa, buddy. Whoa. You said that he wasn't a Democrat. You said that he was a Democratic Socialist, not a Democrat. What happened to that, Mr. Tapper? What the hell?
What does that say?
Yeah, just one thing. I also don't think President Trump has actually endorsed the gubernatorial candidate in Virginia, so that's also where he's absent.
Not officially. He said nice things about it.
Yeah, but I mean,
yes, correct.
You should endorse if you support the person, right? I think if Democrats win on all 4 of those areas, that it's a good sign that they are looking at this as a diversity of approach. I think Spanberger, Sherrill, Mamdani, and Prop 50 are all very different and kind of showcase the diversity of the Democratic coalition and how you have to run different races in different places.
I don't like that. That's just she's got to be a Republican, right? Like, she's got to be. I just don't know anything but the specific shade of blonde and the Republican makeup. I'm just, I guess I'm kind of an asshole for just calling a book by its cover or whatever, but it's just got to be. Also, what I'm perceiving as a smug look or whatever. Maybe she's just the most liberal, which again is how far off am I? Then she's gonna say, like, from the river to the sea. I'll go, what the? Oh, I'm an idiot. But it just shows that Democrats are unwilling to, like every other place, it's a nail biter, but Zoran's is a fucking major victory. Do you think people inside of New Jersey would vote negatively towards Zoran? Poll them, motherfucker. See how many people by a better margin than the fucking, governor is going to win or lose by will be a supporter of Mamdani because these are policies that they fucking actually think are good, right? Like, your inability to convince and talk to people. Republicans are so constantly bringing up information and yelling about something long enough until people finally understand the talking points. You, on the Democrat side, will never fight for anything. All you do is play poor defense on everything.
So I think it'll be a good sign.
What do you think? Why isn't Trump out there on the stump in place? Like, there are red parts of New Jersey and red parts of Virginia where he could do a lot to bring out voter turnout, but he's not.
Well, he's done town halls, which I think is, when he's in office, makes sense. But I think we should actually
Republican strategist called it.
Talk about why the only real power player the Democrats have to put out to help get over the finish line is Barack Obama, who hasn't been in office.
Republican strategist has got to be one of the more evil just titles, right? Like, it's just got to be one of the, like, soul to soul to the devil. Didn't even lose a fiddle battle kind of shit.
For 15 years. I mean, that really underscores, I think, the divide you see with the Democrat Party now. You have so many Democrats who I think quietly say they're afraid of a Mamdani win in New York and who don't know if Spanberger and Mickey in New Jersey have that base excitement. So I think we're also seeing kind of like a family feud with the Democrat Party when Barack Obama.
UCBF? When you something cooking and resort to a doggy mac and cheese, only to wonder what type of cheese is the. I love baked cheese. I'm such a freak. I mean, I'm drinking insanely green, off-brand Mountain Dew. I love the nacho cheese at Taco Bell, which is actually kind of a pale cheese, right? Can't be fucked. Got it. It's just a little bit of food coloring to make it look more appetizing. That's all it is. I mean, you might not like that that's in there and wish it was a bit more normal. But kids love bright colors, right? A shaky microwave packet mix. Yeah. It'll always have that powder in it. Because like real cheese sauce or whatever is kind of palish, mildly yellow, and it can look a little gross, but like nice, bright, nuclear orange almost is like, you can almost taste the cheese just by looking at it. You know what I mean? Like a Dorito is orange as fuck when it says nacho cheese on the bag. And damn it, it tastes like nacho cheese. But I'm also an American, so I'm so dyed up. You know, my shit basically comes out looking like, you know, bright colors.
Is who you're rolling out, someone who hasn't been in office for over 15 years. We got to look more towards the future. They're looking towards the past.
So we should note, Mayor de Blasio, you have endorsed Zohran Mamdani. You heard me ask Hakeem Jeffries, the leader of the House Democrats, a New Yorker who has endorsed Mamdani, is Mamdani the future of the Democratic Party? And he said no.
Well, I disagree with him. First of all, I want to say it's fascinating to watch Donald Trump become Joe Biden, where you can't have him out on the campaign trail without causing harm. I'm being blunt about this. You can't send Donald Trump.
She's like, damn, that hurt, but I can't give it to him.
To Virginia or New Jersey, or it'll backfire on the Republicans. On the question,
damn, even he's like, whoa, shit, oh shit.
Mamdani, look, this guy is taking.
The director was like, get a shot of him, look at him, get a shot. A bunch of people from HSN actually went up to CNN in different positions, and one of them is a TD, and that's so funny. You know what I mean?
Democratic Party to school.
They've been watching them like, because like cutting. I was like, Bard, you mean like I was like confused for a second, but you mean like, yeah, it's a line. And also he hates Biden more than anybody. You know, it's so funny how much he like brings him up and constantly bitches about how he did not sign as many things as he thought he should have had. Which is just nuts. Like, it's not even about the legislation at hand. It's just the fact that he did not bring his fucking arthritis fingers onto the paper. And it's like, it's a rubber stamp anyway, man. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, the signature doesn't do anything. It was all figured out. What the hell? It's the silliest thing. But, yeah, like, they probably have a lot of fun shooting and directing these shows because we're used to just go to the host. They're talking. Tight shot. Okay, now they're talking about the product. You know, product shot. Go to the hand of the person showing it. Very simple stuff. But then, like, these, like, conversations and then catching reactions and shit. That's probably a lot of fun for them.
He's showing us how to talk about kitchen table issues that people care about: prices, rent, food, how you get to work, the basics. And that's why he's winning. This is the most fascinating example, Jake, of a guy who's being called all sorts of extreme names. But in the end, he's a classic New Deal Democrat. He's talking about how
New Deal Democrat. I love that. Oh, sorry, you're not really a Democrat. You're a New Deal Democrat. That's different. You know, like, oh, Democratic Socialist. That's not a Democrat. Like, okay, dog. Sure, bro.
How people actually make ends meet. And everyday New Yorkers are responding. The Democratic Party should take a lesson from Zohran.
Where Mamdani is taking us is to socialism.
Can't even say the name right. For a guy with an international pin like this, you think that he could say names.
And it's because of the groundwork that was done by Mayor de Blasio when he was in office. The policy.
I don't know enough about this guy. I don't think, obviously New York has not been saved because he was the mayor at one point. So limitations on how much a mayor can do should be expectations and understanding of things. He did not have this big of a movement behind him either. But yeah, de Blasio, he can't get any name right except for Trump. That name is burned onto his tongue with a brand. Yeah. Interesting to have him come out and to swing for his boy, and to try to like breathe some life into the policies that maybe even he wanted to do or similar to what he wanted to do, or he's just seeing it as a moment that he can give himself a little bit more free PR, maybe sell a book or something. I don't know. But I'm curious to see if he wants to become a bigger person in politics, whatever, or at least in punditry. I'm sick of all these. Like, every CNN panel's got like one, quasi, just centrist liberal, and everybody else is just like a raving mad Republican. So I'm happy to have at least a little bit more.
That he enacted that caused the economic demise of the business community. Now they're looking for help, and they didn't. And unfortunately, looking at it and finding an anti-Semitic Islamist socialist, and that is not what they need.
He couldn't even figure out how to finish the sentence. He couldn't even finish the words. He was just. That's so funny. I mean, oh man. Hopefully these fuckers aren't going to get a consolation prize of that between Trump doing insane things and then every other feckless liberal around is going to put up roadblocks and make nothing happen and go, see, better things aren't possible. Every step of the way is a goddamn full-on war. Every step of the way is a struggle for your life. Eventually it does get exhausting, but it makes you dig your heels in, man.
They don't need more taxes, they need less taxes. And I can assure you, socialism is nothing more than just mutually shared poverty. And that's what New Yorkers are going to get if they elect Mondami.
Hey, Jake,
Socialism is when no money. Yo.
really quick on that, with all due respect, Congressman. We did, for example, pre-K for all, universal early child education. New Yorkers love it. Business community loves it. It helps keep high-quality workers in New York City because they can afford the price to live. So, my friend, I'm sorry. What we did was good for the economy.
I also just want to say, okay, Mondami is kind of running Donald Trump's playbook. What you all are saying about Mondami right now, maybe some of the critiques are fair, are the same thing.
Which ones is that guy saying are fair? Anti-Semitic, you think? That he's going to ruin all businesses? Wait, what do you think is fair? Why give? Oh my God, the God.
Things Democrats were saying about Donald Trump, calling him names. But guess what?
No. Oh my God, they called him a fascist because he's a fascist and he's doing fascism right now. Oh my God.
The people voted for him. The people like him. He probably is going to win. He won the Democratic primary. He's probably going to win on Tuesday. The question is,
People's mandate. How dare you fight against the people's mandate? That's they love to say. Donald Trump was voted into office, therefore he gets to do whatever he wants now, even when he goes against what he was saying when he was running. People's mandate. The people's mandate. You're fighting against the American people. The moment we ever say, like, wait a minute, you're not supposed to have that power to do that. Wait, people's mandate. So now, as soon as Mamdani's like, okay, now I'm going to try to do things for buses, mass transit, and rent. You can't do that. How could you? When do we get to say people's mandate?
what happens to the party after? On your case, Donald Trump reformed the Republican Party, and now it is not the Republican Party of your grandfather or even when you started in politics. It is this new MAGA party.
Older than grandfather, right?
Party. The question is, will Democrats follow the same playbook and follow into the Mandami?
Disposable vape power wall. Oh my God. Dude, goodbye house. Oh God. Oh God. This is a bit more going towards the shutdown side instead of the Mamdani side, but also insane Republican side. So it is MSNBC, so sorry about that. Yeah, Fire Hazard Final Boss. Yes. Actually, a guy who is a coworker of mine, former, I think he may have been fired before he died, but he was the first person to die of a vape. First person to die in vape. Yep, this is it. Vape pen explosion pierces Florida man's cranium, killing him. I didn't even know that there was actually shrapnel in his head. Vape pen blew up and projected fragments into his skull. Burns over 80% of his body on a fire. I thought he was just so passed out, a thing exploded and caught fire, but it actually like knocked him out and then caught him on fire. 86F? Oh my God. 79 for me in here. 42% humidity is kind of humid, but it was 44 earlier, so it was worse, but yeah. That's crazy, man. We didn't call him because his name was hard to say. We called him by a different name, but it was so sad. Just because, holy shit, dude, that's crazy. It's 6 a.m. here, which I guess is a little bit warmer, so it is weird that it's 86 degrees F. Do you have like a supercomputer running or something? Like, I feel like it wouldn't be 86 degrees F outside at this time of night.
So this weekend, millions of Americans are facing real uncertainty as the government shutdown continues and their SNAP benefits sit in legal limbo. Adding insult to injury, the U.S. Department of Agriculture sent this warning out to retailers just before SNAP funding ran out yesterday, urging them not to treat SNAP customers differently than other customers. It says, in part, you must offer eligible food at the same prices and on the same terms and conditions to SNAP EBT customers.
What? Huh? Oh, they're saying don't give them a break. I thought they were saying that they could charge them, like they're worried people would charge them more. And I'm like, how would they even know that? But if they say, look, my EBT card's empty, please give me a deal on this. And they say, you can't do that. Okay, got it.
As other customers. But the chaos unfolding over these benefits may
that swallow sound is crazy.
Be by design from the Republican Party. As the New York Times explains, Trump's food stamps cut exposes his strategy to use the shutdown to advance his agenda. Republicans, though, have had...
Yeah, I know. I was just like, that's a law, dude. Why is that so intense? Yeah. Oh, man. There was a photo of the Mamdani's new media appearance where he was like talking to new media. Funny that it's so similar to Trump's weird White House press corps now, full of a bunch of fucking no motion YouTubers. Like some of the people that Carter would watch that are like completely like motionless are now in there, like Nick so-and-so, like not even like the biggest ones like Tyler Oliveira or whatever, but just other like complete losers are now like have more access than CNN or whatever. It's just insane. But it was just there, a podium covered in Bluetooth wireless microphones. Well, Bluetooth and just like all the DJIs, all these different things with little tiny dead cats on them and wind muffs. But those things sometimes can do better than this. You can actually there's built-in noise canceling in this if you wanted to, and they might remove some of that gulping mouth sound shit. A lot of them were half serious, and also apparently when Zoran came in, he put his notebook down on top of all the microphones, and that made all the audio bad, which is like kind of funny. Which is why, because like these are omnidirectional, but you still want to have clear line of sight to the target at hand. You know what I mean? They're probably not cardioid in the sense, just because that's usually not how lavs work. It'd be cool if there were some, but
a skewed takeover the couple of years on government programs meant to help those in need. Take a listen.
It's now common.
I've tested audio a few times, but I do appreciate it when people, because even when you test, you don't have the best. You don't know how, like, I'm going to be slouching and half tired and then getting up and then intense again. And, all of a sudden my mic's in a different position. My nose breath might be hitting it and doing plosives and things. So, like, it's good to watch it back. But, like, can you watch all 6 hours back every day? Like, obviously there's limitations. So, by all means, always feel free. I think even you told me before, like, hey, did something different? And I was like, oh, shit. Another microphone was turned on and you were hearing echo. And I was like, okay, got it.
Knowledge that our welfare system has itself become a poverty trap, a creator and reinforcer of dependency.
We should be able to craft a bold new direction in welfare reform, and we should be able to start the move from dependency to independency. I don't want to.
So funny to see Newt Gingrich. I mean, I think he has some motion again, but he has so much power, and then he got fucking kicked out because he was never true MAGA in comparison. I think he's trying to come back again.
To make people's lives better by giving them somebody else's money.
The amount of government dependency in this country is just way too high, period.
It's their constituents, a lot of them, that in some of these inner cities that's going to need SNAP.
Bro, I would hope there's a day, maybe I shouldn't hope, but like the way that Ben Shapiro and all that stuff has somehow tangentially, mildly close to having real poll. Like, are we in a world where we're going to see fucking clips of Asmongold mixed in with all this shit? Is that what we're going to see? You know, we still won't see Hassan clips of him saying completely true things. Of course not, because he would go against the corporate, you know, media and or DNC. So what are you going to, you know, of course not. But it's just crazy that the fucking moron from YouTube is now being, I guess, pedestalized. But again, this is also the world where fucking Bluetooth mics are everywhere and everyone is a fake journalist is out there. Like, people do this thing all the time. They just hold a phone upside down and go, okay, just it'll be good enough. We'll figure it out, you know. I need to start watching season 2. We watched season 1 and it was fucking awesome, man. It was beautiful. We did it on stream kind of, which was fun. But yeah, it was good. Apparently season 2 is also really good, so can't wait. It's just trying to find time. Kara's just always so overworked. It sucks. I needed to learn how to do graphic design just so I can do her job for her at times. Yeah. I mean, the last 3 are kind of a fucking, you know, kind of a banger. You know, it was kind of like it all kind of builds up to that, you know, very enjoyable back to back super impressive speeches and everything. Yeah, I need to add cinema, obviously.
To survive. A lot of young men that are on SNAP that should be working.
Joining us now, Massachusetts Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley. She serves on the Oversight Committee, the Financial Services Committee, and is part of the Progressive Caucus. Congresswoman, it's great to have you back on the show. Let me get your response to what we just played there from Republicans about the dependency of those that are on SNAP. I mean, what do you make of that assessment that the current cuts to food stamps, you know, favors a certain part of the Democratic base more so than others?
Yeah, those weren't dog whistles; those were bullhorns, and grossly inaccurate. Again, for SNAP, we're talking about $2 a day per meal, so that's $6 a day. 42 million people in this
This one's tough. This one is a little hard.
country rely on SNAP. So we're talking about
I do have a high-end cut down. Let's see if this sounds better.
1.2 million veterans, 13% of whom are still military personnel.
It makes it a little bit more muffled, but that was a little there's too much air and presence added into that from the way that the microphone, I don't know if it's a laptop or something, right? I mean,
We're talking about the disabled. We're talking about the elderly on fixed incomes. We're talking about babies. So their policies are cruel, and they are also clueless. You know, what they think is that struggle and hardship discriminate, and that poverty is a character flaw. When the fact of the matter is that the majority of the people that are on SNAP are employed. They are working. They are the working poor. And if he was focused on lowering costs like what he ran on, then we would be lightening their load. It is beyond me that an administration with all of this power, having the
I guess it's not really helping. It's just kind of
House, the Senate, and the White House would rather use their power.
like, I have that filter set up for, because every now and then a video will have like this insanely high-pitched built into it, and I just have that there just to try to kill that off. That way it stops it. And it makes it sound like you're talking through a pillow a little bit, but at least it's better than that. I was hoping that might help out here, but I also remember like, oh yeah, you can actually see the frequencies build up, and then as you bring it in, it'll knock them down, which I think is kind of cool.
To exact and enact harm rather than to protect people, to uplift and to advance them. They have contempt for the people of this country, correct?
I don't think anybody is really confused by that. I guess I was hoping for more stuff. And the audio is pretty bad. Okay. Steve Kornacki, this is all leading up to this in a sense, because it's about, do they actually see the Democrats or Republicans at whose fault is it?
Good Sunday morning as the government shutdown is poised.
Okay, now it's Monday morning, but okay.
Is to become the longest in U.S. history, stretching into its 5th week. Federal employees have missed paychecks. Critical food assistance is in jeopardy, and lines are growing longer outside of food banks. The country is just 2 days away from Election Day, with pivotal contests for governor in New Jersey and Virginia, where former President Obama was campaigning this weekend. Plus, the race for New York City mayor, which could shape the future of the Democratic Party. And in California, Prop 50 is on the ballot. Governor Gavin Newsom's attempt to add safe Democratic seats to the congressional map in his state in response to red states doing the same at the behest of
Safe Democratic seats. That way they can do nothing bold at all, ever. Some of the like safest blue seats ever are either the most like centrist lib, or they just say like, well, they don't matter because they're in a safe seat. You know, it's like there's no winning.
President Trump. My interview with Governor Newsom is coming up next. But first, we start with Steve Kornacki and a brand new NBC News poll with some big results. Steve, break this down for us.
Yeah, Kristen, you know, as you say, 48 hours.
Dude, he got his own fucking like open. He has his own fucking like, holy shit. That's crazy.
From now, the first votes of major elections since last year's presidential. We're going to get.
It was ugly, but it's still like, wow, they made a thing just for this guy. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even like election 2024 or 2025. It's just him. It's just this guy. Yeah.
And this NBC News poll here is our first poll since the spring. And what we find is a mood that has soured on Trump and the Republican Party in that time. An approval rating of 43% now in our new poll for Donald Trump. But
I always hear about how it's like, oh, it's the lowest it's ever been. Then I look it up and I was like, no, it's not. What? I'm confused. Even this is crazy to me, but whatever. I mean, most Americans are just fucking going to work and then drinking beer a lot, and then that's it, right? So what the fuck? How could they know anything? But even this makes. I mean, I've heard like in the low 30s or whatever, and it's like, no, it's not. I don't know.
Check out our previous poll. This was back in March. 47-51. He was starting out now well into his first year of the second term, down to a 43% job approval rating for President Trump. This, of course, coming against the backdrop of the government shutdown. We asked the question, who do you blame? 42% say Democrats in Congress, but 52% said it's either the president's fault or his party in Congress.
That's how they did it. They said, do you think it's Trump's fault? Yes, no. Well, I guess it's probably not. It's probably still all one question, 3 options, but they put 2 options together here. So there could be like 15% say this, and then, I don't know, 37, whatever the number would be to make the math right. So that might still be lower than the Democrats, but when you're adding Trump into it.
Congress's fault.
This is striking, Steve, because here we are a month into this shutdown now, and more Americans still pointing the finger at Republicans for this.
Certainly seems like it could be related to some of the numbers we're seeing here.
Yeah.
Now, check this out. Talk about Trump and his job performance on particular issues. Again, basically a year ago, he was elected. We asked folks, do you think he's delivering here? He does get decent marks when it comes to border security and immigration. Slight majority say he has lived up to what he promised to do there. But on none of these other topics do you see that number getting.
Ew. Like, I mean, also, depending on how you ask the question, has he lived up to his thing where he said he wanted to deport 22 million people? Well, he's definitely doing his gross, disgusting thing. I wouldn't say he's fallen short. You know what I mean? It's like, what do you mean fallen short? Like, I want him to do more of it? Like, what the fuck do you think? Like, do I like it or not? I guess is. I mean, I don't know, man.
Past the mid-40s, in fact, the low 30s down here on the economy question.
I guess it's just about handling his promises, whether or not he's lived up to his promise. But the promise was a thing that maybe people don't even support anymore, but they might still be like, I guess he did it, right?
Well, and part of why President Trump was elected on the economy, now it seems like it could be a headwind heading into Tuesday.
Well, for sure, man. What the fuck? I mean, inflation was economy. Middle class was the economy. These are all basically, these are all real bad. That's pretty bad. This is like, I don't know if it's worse than Biden. Obviously, my information is fuzzy on the way I understand when they talk about statistics and polls. And I thought that he was well under this even, but
For
yeah.
Republicans.
And a huge shift, obviously, from his first term, too, when he actually did get good marks there. So you talk about heading into this Tuesday. We asked folks about their enthusiasm for the midterm elections. That'll be next year, 2026. But this was astounding. 66%, two-thirds of all voters have a high level of interest. We will find that number typically on the eve of the actual midterm election. This is a year out. And this is what's encouraging for Democrats, troubling for Republicans.
America is an election year every year, baby. It's never going to go away. Fucking literally after Trump got into the presidency, the next day he was doing, like, he got sworn in and then he was like, a rally. My re-election's open now. That's the new world, man. And in a sense that it's obscene, but also it kind of makes sense because you want to be out in front and talking to your people. I support the way that Scheinbaum in Mexico is constantly doing daily streams to talk to the people directly. AOC does Instagram live streams. I think this makes sense to get in front of your people, to both be a little bit accountable, to get a pulse check, but also to constantly keep them aware of the things. Because if for some reason you can't get something voted because a mansion or cinema is stopping you, then you talk about it and rail about it, and you make a lot of fucking waves. That's just the way that makes sense. Whether or not it's, just keeping politics in the front of mind, or, I guess like excited for an election. I guess those are different. Or like reopening your campaign for presidency. I guess that's still different, but I've heard that once a person gets interested in politics, it's very unlikely for them to lose interest. Like if your hobby is paying attention to things, you never really stop, at least when it comes to politics. Like, sports, people come and go, fandoms happen and things, but once you're a politics person, you're kind of just grossly politically brained forever, and you're just going to be watching one of those news channels. If it was 10, 15 years ago, now who knows what you're doing. You're podcasting or whatever.
More enthusiasm for Democrats. That high level of interest, it's about 3/4 of Democrats. It is a little bit lower there for Republicans, and that could feed into the second part of this equation, and that is, we asked folks, midterm election, which party would you want to control Congress? And the Democrats have now, in our poll, this is significant, opened up an 8-point advantage over Republicans. We checked this back in the spring. It was dead even. That 8-point level is typically what you would find for a party that's poised for a big midterm election. That's the kind of lead Democrats had when they swept to power in Congress in Trump's first term. So we'll see if that holds.
So funny that it could actually happen again. This is obviously good to push back against the obscene fascism that's happening. I don't know that the Democrats will be pushing back hard enough. Again, half step forward, 2 steps back. So I don't want the centrists and the people looking for the Liz Cheneys and stuff to go, oh, look, see, we can still do it. We can still win. We've seen the traditional Democrats shrug their shoulders and say, what do you want us to do? We don't have anything. I'm sorry. We can't do anything, right? We've seen them do that a bunch, and everyone fucking hated them for it. So I hope that we don't lose our actual momentum beyond even just, not just the blue, but left blue.
Now going forward, but that's a potentially big shift. Are there notes of caution here for Democrats? Yes, there are. This is the big one right here. The party's image. Democrats only 28% positive. Look at that, 53 negative.
Whoa! Whoa! That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, so then whenever they bring up the previous one, I'm going to bring up this one. That, like, actually, they want to stop the pain, but they don't want you, damn it. They don't want you. More of them are negative about it, and then not nearly enough are positive about you. Literally less than the Republicans. That's insane.
Republicans, it's only 37 and 46. Democrats are 25 points underwater. And we should also note, this is coming, as we say, during the shutdown. And our pollsters do note that sometimes during shutdowns, there can be a little volatility in these numbers. So I think it really heightens the stakes for Tuesday night in these elections, and especially in New Jersey, because Republicans think they can win that one. And if Republicans can win in New Jersey, despite the numbers we're showing here, they're going to be feeling a little bit more encouraged heading into next year. But if the Democrats have a big night, these numbers have a lot to say about it.
Yeah, Steve, all eyes are going to be on New Jersey, that closer than expected race. Steve Kornacki, fascinating.
Interesting. Oh, so this was a weird one. It's a pretty quick one. Harvard explosion. I had to use this button. Oop. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What? I moved my thing while the buttons were going, and I clicked, I think, the history of my own chats or something crazy.
It was hard for me to fall back asleep last night after hearing that.
Nightfall at Harvard Medical School, and things are back to normal after an explosion took place in this building. Investigators are now looking for 2 suspects in connection with the blast.
My heart was racing.
There's got to be, like, in the days of COVID and shit, man, just put on like a fucking COVID mask. Like, if you're already gonna be wearing an obscenely recognizable fucking hoodie, you fucking moron. Maybe you bought this at a thrift store the day of or something, and it's fine. But like, don't. It's just so obvious when you wear a goddamn that you're doing. You're up to no good or whatever.
And then tried to fall asleep, and then like 5 minutes later, I heard another bang, a second one.
Harvard police say it
A second bang has hit Harvard University. Oh no.
all happened early Saturday morning on the 4th floor of the Goldenson building, which is getting restored. They say crews responded to a fire alarm, and Boston's arson unit has decided the explosion appears to be intentional.
That's super crazy. And then when I heard it was Harvard Med, I was like even more shocked. I was like, you know, what could be going on there?
An officer from Harvard spotted 2 suspects leaving after the explosion and tried unsuccessfully to stop them.
Too fat.
Investigators are hoping they'll be identified through these surveillance pictures.
I said, hey, stop, and they didn't. What the hell?
No other explosive devices were found.
I don't think the pictures are going to help, but I'm sure that they know more than what they're posting right now. So, you know, hopefully it all works out.
We thank you.
That's so weird. Why do it? What the hell? What an odd thing. And not even like, you know, stop dumping plastic in the ocean kind of thing, you know, like eco-terrorism. Like, it's not even, it just seems like mischief. Like, it's just kind of like it's kind of like a whatever. How odd. I had some little weirdo stories. I don't know what this is for. I should close these out. Yeah, that's the UK thing. We can get to that in a little bit. But NYC Laundromat offers fresh spin on community. What the hell does this mean?
This isn't your first laundromat to have a grand opening. But this isn't your average wash and dry. It's the Laundry Loft, located in Brooklyn.
Is that Bluey? Also, this is a Is It Cake washing machine? That's crazy.
John and Heather Elder are the folks behind it.
Also, why is this video in like 720p?
They say it's a place that goes beyond clean clothes.
It's a place where something that you have to do as a chore can be something fun. Have a pickling class and things like that to try to bring people together.
You can still do your laundry.
Okay, that's wild. It's a wild thing to do. Let's be creative. I don't know. I mean, okay.
Laundry here. But don't be surprised if you stay for coffee or conversation. With multiple flat screen TVs, vending machines, a coffee bar, and books and
Okay. That seems better than having these like scheduled classes things about pickling or something. This does seem like it makes more sense to have a better backside because you will be here for a while. And making that better means that you'll pick this one over a different one. That does seem like a better plan.
games, the spot brings something different to an area residents say it didn't previously have.
It's great to have a nice laundromat with new washers, dryers, and a cool place to come and just, you know, relax.
They also have toys for the kids to play with. It's nice.
I think it's fun for the kids to come here and they can hang out while the
I mean, it is in New York City because there's not a lot of room back there. Like, I don't think you can really play those board games on those tiny circle tables, but they also have limited square footage to work with. So
parents are over there.
Heather and John moved to New York from California in search of a new community, which they found online, along with some inspiration. From Aaron and John Carpenter, who live in Charleston, they turned a rundown laundromat into a community hub.
Yeah, classic, TikTokers to be like, yo, I got my turnkey operation unlocked. Yeah, and also it's loud and hot because of all the machines and shit, so. But if you have to do your chores here for an hour a few times a week, depending on how many clothes you have or whatever, and obviously in New York City, a lot of places just don't have in-unit stuff. So because like we got used to in Florida in-unit washers and dryers because square footage is not as at a premium, and also what a difference. Like in the dorms and shit, I was going downstairs to do things. And then I think even in the apartments, there was connections for it. So we always had it like in unit, having to go up and downstairs with all your fucking clothes and shit. That shit sucked. Literally doing your dirty laundry out in public. But also, yeah, the detergent smell, true. I mean, because you never know what other people are going to be doing. And I get also very used to like low sense, kind of like non-irritating kind of shit. So it could be kind of annoying. But if you do have to do this for an hour, then at least you can enjoy the hour to some extent. Hell, you might even be willing to like meet up with your friends and all do it at the same place, trying to schedule it or something. But again, scheduling your chores is really fucking frustrating too.
A space that hosts birthdays, concerts, even comedy shows.
Hosting birthdays is crazy because that's like unrelated to the chore. Like it should just be something that you do while you're doing the chore, just to kind of like give you something nice to do and make it not feel like as bad. But this is, to me, a complete gimmick.
On top of a place to clean clothes. They say the main idea is creating a third place.
A third place is a place that's not your house and it's not your work, but it's a
and it's free to use. You got to have clothes spinning in the dryer to actually have a birthday party here?
Place that you can go in between to be around other people, and cost does not prohibit anybody from being there.
Okay, she did say it, so you don't have to, I guess.
Erin documented the transformation of their laundromat, Reynolds Laundry, on TikTok and Instagram. Many of her videos went viral, bringing in millions of views.
So confusing at first. It's like, why a laundromat? Why are people responding so positively or just interacting with this so much? What is it about laundromats that has struck a chord with people?
Yo, check it out. I mowed the lawn. Look how sticky and gross my shit is. Let's hang out. Yo.
Then she got a DM from Heather.
She had sent me a message and said, we're building a laundromat in Brooklyn. Would you want to come design it? And I was like, pinch me. This is insane. Of course I want to design a laundromat in Brooklyn. I was like, oh my gosh, this is karma.
And then the partnership was born.
So I guess like they're probably so far apart and there's literally so much competition for other laundromats that they don't see this as like a negative or something. So they're just happy to get more eyes on this type of thing.
Right now we're walking into the laundry loft. I would love to know just the design inspiration, how you came up with the layout.
Yeah. So when we came in, it was an empty shell. So we kind of wanted to imagine
better than not having it, I guess. And also I appreciate at least thinking about it a little bit more than just squeezing more profit out of every square inch of your facility, right? Like, it's still, even the selfish argument is like, if your place is pleasant, even if it's not the most efficient amount of square footage, whatever, you will then attract and retain customers longer because there's benefits to it. So like, there's still even like the profit motive involved in this, but at least they're thinking about it in that design a little bit. Because, but then again, this is also New York City. So the idea of having a place to breathe, I guess, is also sought after, because like in the suburban sprawl that I've only ever lived in, it's unthinkable to really try and just sit down and plant in a place that's not your house, because what the fuck, you know, that just feels weird and you feel uncomfortable. Like, what if you gotta take a shit? You want to take a shit in the fucking laundromat? No, right? So, but if you're here for hours, all of a sudden you got to shit. It's just, It sucks.
Favorite thing is seating in a cafe or wherever I'm going.
And I see tech is infused in this as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't need any cash, no more coins like the old days in laundromats.
That's good.
So it's all
Yeah.
pay with your card.
So these used to be concrete posts, and we had to kind of work around them, and we wanted to get as many tables as we could. And so we ended up being able to build around these concrete posts, and now
That makes sense. I think it was probably more actual concrete posts from the photos they showed, but
they're kind of an integral part of the whole flow of being able to put your clothes down here, rest, put your coffee cup.
One thing that both couples have been mindful of are the harms of gentrification.
What are you hoping to learn about the community and how you wrestle with coming into a community, creating a space for them and welcoming them in and not necessarily turning them away?
Obviously, when you come into a neighborhood that you don't live in, you have to learn about it, and that was our goal.
everyone's got some dirt. People got clothes, man. They got to keep them clean. Yeah, it's crazy. So were they all sort of just like an alleyway with a bunch of washing machines in them, basically, and very tight, utilitarian? Would people be sitting in there waiting for their clothes to be done, or would they drop them off and go about their business? Because I'm used to like the cleaners being like a dry cleaner place where you drop off your clothes, then you get a call or a ping when they're ready, and then you pick them up from a window. So that way you have a bit more of a relaxed schedule. You can drop them off when you want and then pick them up within a reasonable time frame when you want, versus just kind of like when I was in college, like if you left the dryer or the washing machine going, you were at risk of somebody just taking your shit out of it and throwing on the ground wet and then putting their shit in instead. Like it was kind of weird. So you were kind of always just sitting there trying to study in like the basement of like the place.
Coming in was getting to know the people who are already there.
That meant keeping on the same general manager who's helped run the laundromat for 16 years and keeping the prices the same.
That was the biggest concern, is when you're coming in and changing something, you don't want to discourage anyone who would normally come from coming. You want to keep them.
Okay, interesting. Interesting that this is, I guess, not the newest of ideas in general, right?
Those same people coming and make it better for them.
I actually would like to think about it a little bit differently, that they are inviting us into their community. So
I'm not gentrifying them. They're gentrifying themselves by selling it to me.
we built something that we felt like the community needed. We don't want to walk into this just assuming we will be accepted because we've built something that they need.
Okay.
We really want to feel like we have been invited into their world.
And they certainly have.
Being part of a community and welcomed by the community is something we had hoped for, but the feeling of how welcomed.
Sure, man. Opening day when you got the bluey and you got the balloons and you're giving out free things. Yeah, man. Check it out in 6 months, 2 months, and see how it's going, I guess.
We are is pretty special.
Marquise Francis, NBC News.
We thank you for watching, and
that did not look awkward at all. It was totally fine. Okay. Our movie's cooked. Only a 3-minute fucking story. All these damn bite-sized ones.
The Hollywood Reporter says domestic box office revenue for this month is expected to come in at about $425 million, the worst figure in 27 years, according to ComScore, a media analytics company. This excludes, of course.
It was a cute story. Yeah. Kara and I have played around with the idea of moving to New York. We joked about it after going there a second time, just like to visit. Just because it's cool and it's different. It's a whole different world. And then you escape a lot of the problems of Florida. It would be an obscene amount of work. And also, who knows? Because I think every place in New York City is an HOA. Just because, like, even if you buy a home, it's like a condo or an apartment. It's a part of an apartment complex. I'm pretty sure every place is an HOA, basically. Like, we were able to buy a house in Florida with no HOA. It's so fucking expensive. Well, like, we were, because if you go on Zillow and you look for things that are like under 300,000, there's some places that are like bigger than my house. that are like, like cheaper than what my house technically is worth in the market now. And I'm just like, what the fuck? That's crazy. Some places in Queens or Brooklyn or whatever. I'm just like, what the fuck? That's nuts. Maybe they're like completely just a cesspit or something. I don't know. Like from the photos, they seem fine. Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay. That does make it seem a little bit what I was expecting, because I'm thinking like these places got to cost like $1 million or more for like a tiny ass little place. But you're getting like, it was like, 1,500 square feet, 1,800 square feet, and I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? That's crazy, like for like $300,000, and I'm like, wow, wow. Because we would have to sell the house, then finish off the mortgage, and then you lose realtor fees, and then obviously moving expenses would be insane, and then moving somewhere where it's like, because like the original thought was move to Georgia near my brother, and that would be a place that would be more, less suburby, more rural-esque, which would mean that you can get more house for the dollar. So then you could either move and then either eliminate the mortgage entirely, probably not have money left over or whatever, but like with me getting laid off and Kara having, job insecurity, decisions to be made, and we have equity in the home or whatever. And also Florida's going to sink eventually, right? So like exit plan should be eventually in the cards one way or the other. So while people want to come down and live where DeSantis is and are willing to buy it, if any fucking rich New Yorker wants to, trade places and from their New York house to my Tampa Bay house, oh my God, hit me up. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever billionaire wants to do rich, capital flight, Well, yeah, seawater rise. I guess it depends. I think that they would be more prepared for it at the very least. There would at least be a levee built around Manhattan. You know what I mean? Compared to what Florida is like, sorry, bro. Free market, baby. You're not allowed to get insurance anymore, and you have to have insurance to get a mortgage. So therefore, you're done. You're out. And it's like, huh? Yeah. Like, there's already houses that flood so often that there's not really any way to get a reasonable insurance rate on the house. So then no one wants to buy the house because the insurance rate makes the fucking mortgage calculator so obscene that it's just like unsellable. And then all your money had been tied into this asset that's supposed to at least hold value, if not gain value, and now you've lost value. And then you're just cooked. You know what I mean? So yeah, well, dude, I saw a thing where like somebody, like there was like 2 people that drowned in a basement because of heavy rains in New York, and I'm like, that's crazy to just straight up just die in the rain. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh my God. And I've seen the videos of like the subways getting like water pouring into them occasionally, which is like, oh, that's concerning. Like if you're like a few layers down in a little bit of a maze, and then all of a sudden the water level is like rising, I'd be like, oh, do I know how to get out of here really fast? Like, or I get like knocked down the stairwell by a big, torrential downpour of like a wave, Oh man, I mean, at least, well, I don't know. I would say like at least you'd be happy that you're getting a bit of a pressure washer down there, but it's probably not good because it's coming down from whatever sewer it's coming out of, or not sewer, but just like road trash, gross shit making its way down. So even the water won't actually be cleaning anything. Seeing basement apartments in the U.S. on TV. There are apartments that are like 100% the basement of the building. That's kind of interesting. You would have really good cooling bills or heating bills because you'd be like so insulated by being in the earth that would make it pretty nice for that part. But potentially of being, drowned in your home. Ew. Yeah. I'm interested. I mean, I've never been anywhere other than Manhattan. Also, I've never seen a rat. We've gone for about a combined total of like somewhere between 5 to 6 days, depending on how you add it up, between like, day and night and whatever. How is this legal? When I went canvassing in Manhattan for Zoran during our vacation, there was a couple hours we fucking, put through. Kara did see one. She saw one. right? She may have seen a big cat. I don't know, but she says it's a rat. I'm not going to say no. She Kara's my wife. Um, I've never been to like Queens or Brooklyn. I don't know if it's just more of the same, just with less completely tall buildings, but it's still very like block based, not like a bunch of suburbs and stuff. And it's a bit of like a bodegas, and it's just like the better version of like it's the more livable version of Manhattan, or more like homey version of Manhattan. You know what I mean? I'm and then there's still like subways and shit and like the same kind of like structure. That seems fucking awesome, you know, like just because it was so cool to have a walkable city, right? It's a classic trope. Leaving on the subway tracks though, it had to be a rat. Yeah. I really wanted to see Pizza Rat the first time we went. Was a little disappointed. Although out of the 2 days we were there at that point, we didn't even use the subway the first day, so we missed out. Although it was like trash weekend or something because all the trash bags were out, and it did smell a bit like hot garbage because it was hot. It was in like July when we went the first time, and it was like just as hot as it was in Florida, and it was kind of like brutal. We brought it up with us. We were joking, but yeah. I would feel bad about I'm lazy as fuck, so like having to move would suck in general. I have solar panels on this house, right? There's certain things that investments we've made that'll pay off over a long term that I guess technically, because like I got into the really bad car accident, and that's what gave me a little bit of money left over, about like 20-ish grand left over. And that's how then also Kara and I were dual income from the age of like basically 20 and 21. We were like doing that, and we were living together, sharing rents. You know, she's in school. I got out of school, was doing work. Like we were like sharing and, you know, combining things, which is like a thing that like a lot of even millennials and now definitely Zoomers and below don't really have that opportunity because they just don't happen to get lucky and have a long-term relationship that lasts a long time for a multitude of reasons, whatever. I'm not saying that like, oh, we're good and they're bad. I just like, we got lucky is all I'm saying. And then I got lucky that A, I didn't die, and B, that we ended up having a tiny bit of money left over after all the medical bills and everything were done. And that was money for first and last month's rent, and then eventually helped out build up enough for a down payment on a house before COVID and all that shit made things crazy. So just literally ran the numbers and got a good fucking, you know, the God seed or whatever when it came down to getting a house in that age bracket. So we have some amount of money that exists in the house if we needed to move or do other things, but it's just like we're very lazy. So just sitting and chilling and living where we are is also the easiest option, and probably what we'll probably do because we're ultimately too lazy and also afraid to make a gigantic change. Also, I've been making connections with the DSA locally, and it would suck to be like, actually, guys, peace out, see ya. You know, like one of those, like, even when you work at a bad workplace, you don't want to like leave your fellow coworkers behind. Now, I don't want to leave my community behind in a sense. So it's just on the table in theory. If all of a sudden they fire Kara from her job and it's like, okay, we got to really fucking figure things out here. And that's the first time you feel like you're unshackled. Because like if I, you know, all of a sudden lost my 15-year job and then she loses her job as well, then all of a sudden it's like, okay, what is holding us down other than this? Because this could be sold theoretically. But anyway, movies, they're not making money no more. I haven't seen a movie in a long time.
October 2020, which was in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Hollywood Reporter points to several reasons as to why movies underperformed in October, saying it was, quote, a perfect storm of not enough.
I hope that shit fucking kettles up before the other shit kicks in. Otherwise, you got a burning kettle or something.
Product due to the ongoing production delays left over from the labor strikes, a horrible August, and a relatively weak September. For more, let's bring in the author of that article, Pamela McClintock. She's a senior film writer at the.
Also, life is getting bad for everybody, and movie tickets aren't getting cheaper. You know, flat screen TVs are cheap and affordable. You know, long-term permanent items are something that you can at least afford, but the essentials are killing you. And then also there's ice and shit happening. So going to a movie and spending the money on that is kind of like a luxury that less people will have time and or capital for, right?
Hollywood Reporter, where
That's
she
good.
covers the box office. Thanks for being here, Pamela. I mean, several big movies out this month were expected to do better in theaters. What happened?
Thanks for having me.
What's a movie that came out that was expected to do well? I don't know. I don't know of a single movie that has come out. There's probably a Halloween movie of some kind. Not literally Halloween, Michael Myers, but just a movie for Halloween. Some kind of killing thing. Final Destination, was that a new movie coming out? Or was that months ago?
You know, I think it was a case where the movies just didn't deliver beyond the core fans, and that posed a real problem for Tron Eris, which was a pretty big title, and
I think I may have heard about it once. Was a while, yeah. Like that sounds like a Taylor Swift Tron movie, the Tron Eras tour. Like what? They put her in Tron? Okay.
and even The Smashing Machine, which is a Dwayne Johnson movie that is more serious.
The Smashing Machine, a Dwayne Johnson movie. Let me guess. He looks like he's in the Jumanji movie again, right? It's got to be. He only does one thing, right? He has to be the good guy. Can never have it more complicated. Apparently, it's a more serious movie. Interesting time to just all of a sudden try it. One battle. Whoa. Oh my God. That's a crazy amount of revenue. It really, comparatively, it fucking went off, man. The official, wait. The name of the movie is The Official Release Party of a Showgirl? What is that? Sounds somewhat familiar. One battle after another. Also, is that a Tom Cruise movie? I remember people talking about. Or was that the one with DiCaprio? Is that the Taylor Swift one? Wait, isn't the Showgirl? Because Showgirl was like her, like the Diary of a Showgirl or something was like her album that everybody hated.
And dramatic than his normal movies, but it still only took in $11 million, which is the worst. I think it's the worst, maybe the worst showing of his career. And coupled with the fact that Mortal Kombat was supposed to open this past weekend, but they moved it to next year.
She sounds so apathetic. She's like a character in a movie about, like, she's like the, what is it? The Parks and Rec, the guy that was dating Star-Lord, or the lady that was dating Star-Lord. She just sounds like the most, like, couldn't give a fuck. Like, just tone of voice.
Are studios concerned about this moving forward?
You know, I think they've been concerned. You know, a lot of people think that since the pandemic, probably 15 to 20% of
It's just a lot of apathy for movies. I don't know. It just didn't sell well. What are you asking me for? You know, it's like, what the hell?
relatively frequent moviegoers have not returned to their movie-going habits. So they've learned to live with this roller coaster ride, but the strikes, you know, added further delays. Next year, you know, we said this last year that just wait till.
That's a crazy shirt. That's a crazy jacket. Both of them are crazy jackets. They must be together because you don't go with like fringy sequin Letterman jackets if you're not together. That just doesn't happen.
25, and now we've seen 25 struggle. So, you know, I think there is still hope that next year will be a big year and a return to normal. And the good news is we've seen a lot of movies overperform tremendously.
Oh, interesting.
What do you project for the future of the film industry and the future of theaters?
That's a tough question.
I was just like, I don't know.
I wish I had a fortune. I wish I had, you know, a cookie or, you know, I think movie theaters, I think people want the communal experience of going to see a movie. You look at Taylor Swift, or you look at horror movies, or you look at comedies, and Wicked is tracking to be a huge picture at Thanksgiving. It's probably going to wildly overperform. So, you know, I just think it's getting.
Wait, didn't this already come out? Or is this like, oh, Wicked : For Good? Is like a sequel to Wicked? Because didn't Ben Shapiro come out with a review of Wicked? Wasn't he all like, oh my God, I could not believe the movie version of the thing. And he was just like, oh, what? Yeah, a sequel? Okay. Well, he's obviously going to have opinions about it again. It's our little Toto, Philco. Look at him. He is the sleepy guy. He just woke up because you picked him up. Oh, okay. Turn on. Yeah, she was getting a hairbrush and had to turn the light on. He's like, ugh, sleeping on either on. He has a little side table next to the bed, or he sleeps at the foot of the bed. So he's a big guy. He's a big baby. You can give him a couple of. There he goes. Look at him go. I think it's on Better Twitch TV as well, like Philco Roll or something. Could be. He's big. Yeah, he's like. We should check the litter robot and see how much he weighs now. I've been worried he's been gaining some weight. Big guy, big fluffy guy. He's so placid when she holds him. Whenever I pick him up, he's like ready to kill me. He just whines. You all right, buddy? Yeah. Give him one of the good for his teeth treats. He needs that.
The beats right, and making sure that you market correctly and get your message out there to the right people.
Anything else you think we should know?
There's a lot of talk about streaming and how much that's hurt movie going, and there's a new phenomenon called premium VOD, where you can pay $20 and see a movie relatively quickly in the home, and that has certainly changed things. But I still think there's a place for movie theaters, but it remains.
I was gonna say that I think that because Yogi was talking about the 35 milligram THC oil, I'm like, she might have been in the same boat and been like, just like, oh, it's kicking in, and then like a fucking phone alarm goes off, and it's like, yo, are you ready for your Zoom call? And she's like, fuck, and like just kind of pull up a laptop fast as possible in her kitchen, which is like, why are you doing this in your kitchen? Like, kitchen is not the best acoustics I could ever think of, and maybe she lives in like a small apartment or something, but still, I was just like, what is this?
To be seen, whether smaller towns and medium
like, like she got hit with a tranquilizer dart, like from a fucking cartoon, it's just, oh.
Towns can keep up with this because they can't offer sort of the premium experience people want.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Pamela McClintock, thank you.
It's just the valley, it manifests, it comes out. Kara, what did you ask? Fall decor looks nice. Kara switched out the Halloween decor for fall. It's kind of hard to see from this angle. There's like cornucopia. We got some of these fruits from. Wait, these are. Did we get? Yeah, we got some of these from Mexico, right? Oh, the paper mache ones. These are not from Mexico. Yeah. They're just whatever. I forget. I think it was a King of the Hill reference to have like the pear made out of paper mache, right? Yeah. So, yeah. We of course we always have Luigi hanging out. He's just our spirit mascot, if you will. That was one of the sites I wanted to see. All right, a couple more weird stories here. Yeah. No particular reason. Yeah. Oh, Zizi. He's a smaller kitty. If Philco is somewhere between 16 and 18 pounds, Zizi is somewhere between like 9 and 11 pounds. No, not intentional. He's a sweetie. She's way more talkative. She's way more zoomy focused. Yeah. She's a cutie. Yeah. There you go. Kara is in most of the emotes I've made, but like Kara's made like the one with the head crab heart, as well as the animated ZZ Dankies and the Philco roll. those are more advanced for me to work on. Yeah, she's a sweetie. We recently put air tags on their collars. You know, our shock collar. I mean, our vibrate. I mean, our, no. And they do a thing where, like, if our iPad, because we don't have any iPhones, we just have iPads, or and if they're not on enough, they will chirp because they go like, "Oh, we haven't found our home iPad in a while," and they don't seem to mind. They don't get annoyed by it, thankfully, because like when you do the like, "I've lost it," and that chime is very high pitched, and they don't like it. They get very noticeably fucked about it. But when the other ones go off, they just don't even seem to react to it. But it's like that's really annoying that it like. I thought the whole point was to put them on pets, but I guess you're just supposed to always have an iPhone on at all times, somewhere around them. But it's like, we might have to eventually get iPhones just because, one, our phones are getting like 6 years old ish each. Like literally, her job did not let her keep her phone to like enter work calls because it's so unsecure because it's outside of whatever. You walked by a telephone or television, and news showed a teen driver being so freaking lucky to be alive. Free trapped them in a car for an hour, folded the engine bay, and so close to her legs. Wait, the winds pushed the car? That's crazy. That's crazy. See, now in America, we got cars that are, you know, as big as people's homes in some other cities. So you're never going to be able to move that thing with a gust of wind. You know what I mean? Oh, the wind blew over a tree. Okay, that might happen. That can happen. I mean, if the wind's blowing over a tree while you're driving, but also maybe you were fleeing a storm. So, yeah. Interesting. Speaking of lucky.
And we're just learning of these incidents now, 2 weeks after they happened to passengers riding the tallest roller coaster at Worlds of Fun.
So,
is Worlds of Fun the one that was like, no, that was Action Park or like Lawsuit Park.
we get on. We're so excited because this is our favorite roller coaster.
It's a young girl behind me in the roller coaster, and I don't know if it's her first roller coaster or her 100th roller coaster, you know. But then she said, my seatbelt came off, it was completely undone, and there was this big of a gap between her and the lap bar.
72 miles an hour, holding on to somebody, it's terrifying. The
Oh
first
my
drop
God.
halfway through the hill. I'm sorry, this is really emotional because this
Wait, this was the person? I thought it would be a child.
little girl, the scream that she screamed, I
Oh, it was a different person. Okay, I thought she was saying that it was for her.
never heard anything like that before in my entire life.
Dropping 205 feet, a seatbelt restraint didn't latch and lock. Two girls clung to each other as Cassie and Chris Evans held them down.
I looked at her just dead in the eye and connected with her for a second. She was listening. I said, look, you're going to make it through the rest of this ride. We're not going to let you go.
Turned around, grabbed her. Her friend has a hold of her. They're both crying.
That was on October 11th. 1 day later, another seatbelt malfunction on the Mamba. A mother shouted,
Whoa, 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 whoa. You can't have a seatbelt malfunction. Someone's life is permanently altered just because of the trauma that they went through, and go, all right, load up the next batch. You can't just, how did that not? What the fuck?
her son's seatbelt hadn't locked as the cars entered their first climb. This time, the ride stopped and the twisted, loose seatbelt was adjusted. Inspectors from the State Department of Fire Safety were on site evaluating the Mamba Thursday morning.
We probably won't go back for a while. We need to see the change.
At least 2 days. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Oh my God.
And once we see that change,
Also, don't they check everyone's seatbelt before they let them go? I mean, I guess you do it a million times, you'll miss 1 or 2 times, right? You're just very high and drunk or whatever it is at your job. Not that it's an excuse. It's just these things will slip because a human being is a human being.
I will be comfortable taking my 4 children, who I am not comfortable taking currently.
Krista Tatchell, KMBC 9 News.
I will not be comfortable taking my 4 children. My 5th child, you know, I'll risk it. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, this one was something from a while ago, not that long ago, because we did cover one of the alien comment things. I hope it's not the same story, but yeah. That's also true. It could have looked attached enough for the check and then was not attached enough under like the climb or whatever. I don't know. Like, it's crazy that you could have even have a moment to like talk on a roller coaster. Like whenever I've been on a coaster, it's like I can barely breathe because like the G forces are pushing it out of my lungs and shit. You know what I mean? To be like, uh-oh, you have a problem. I can turn around and look at you and then go, oh, okay, I need to hold this and then talk to you one-on-one and say, all right, listen, it's going to be a hard thing, but we're going to make it through it because we will never give up. And it's like, why the fuck are you having this conversation right now? What the hell?
Are aliens headed for Earth? Right?
I thought they were going to say for the U.S. It was because it was like he's talking about illegal aliens, and it wasn't even about aliens at all. But okay.
Now, today, a theoretical physicist says the answer is maybe. He's
There's something about the idea of asking an insane question and then saying, we asked a theoretical physicist and they said maybe. And now it's like, Also, maybe is the most like scientific answer of like, you can't say either way, man. Like maybe, you know.
just a Manhattan-sized object known as 3I Atlas could actually be,
I think that's what they talked about before,
a mysterious alien spaceship. No one knows where it came from. But
also, it is crazy to me. It is crazy to me that Fox News, the official Fox News, as far as I can tell, this is a televised version of the Fox News, has a guy with a fuck. How did I forget the name? Not the Remington, but there's like an RE Electro Voice fucking microphone in the shot. It's the most podcast fucking, you know, is everywhere kind of bullshit.
One Harvard researcher believes there's a 40% chance it was not naturally formed. He said we can't rule out the possibility of an alien invasion. Joining me now, UFO researcher and host of The Vortex.
Not a serious person. Not a serious person. Bro is wearing what is basically, you know, what is this collared shirt with the black, the pop? Is this like some kind of like low key, like alternate Nazi drip or something? What is this? Are you like a part of the empire? What's with the slicked back hair? You know, there's a ponytail back there. There has to be. You can't slick it back that tight without there being a ponytail, which is just all over the place when it comes to confusion of what I'm looking at.
Text Daniel Allen Jones. Daniel Allen, thanks so much for being with us here today.
There it is. There's that ponytail. There it is.
So let's walk through this. Let's walk through this calm, collected, rational, but not alarmist and not dismissive. This, first of all, is rare. We have a simulated image up here in the studio of 3I Atlas.
And it's just a bunch of aliens smoking weed or something on it. Yeah.
It is rare, right? This has only been seen 3 times where a
Transylvanian. Yeah, yeah, okay. He does look like he is small. Like I just have to say, if he doesn't have this, what does he have, right? I'm not gonna get all like red pill, black pill on it, but like my man's he's hurting, right? It's some of it self-induced, but oh my God.
Quote unquote comet or some object originates from deep space.
That's right. So the main part about this that makes us unique is that we have the interstellar component. It's not just already here in the solar system, it's coming through from outside. So when you have an interstellar object coming through, we can track them either through deep space or when they come in close, but this one actually came in to the planetary plane. That might be a bit unusual. And as you had mentioned, with Dr. Avi Loeb's claims, we can see that there's a bit of sensationalism behind what's being suggested with this being alien technology. But there are some reasons why he's espousing these ideas.
Let's talk about that. There is some
Give me the reasons for the espousing.
unusual observations around 3I Atlas that are leading.
I knew that Fox News would give us a nuanced, rational look. A little bit.
Some people to think, hey, there's a high probability or some level of.
And say no more, fam, for the Steven Seagal. That's just a hair tie. That's all you need for that, really. Is just to pull it back as hard as you can to really awaken the skepticism from your fucking mind. That's when your scalp is under complete tension, that's when you are free.
That it's not natural. What are those abnormalities?
That's right. So you can look at what has been detected as far as the chemical composition. They seem to think that with some of the plumes around that there aren't a lot of suggestions of water composition, but maybe high concentrations of nickel, which as we manufacture has low concentrations of iron. And that's what they're finding. And so Avi Loeb has suggested that because of that, it's possible that this is an artificial manufactured object and that it's utilizing its point right now closest to the sun today as what we call the perihelion, as an opportunity to either potentially change trajectory. And so we might see that coming after today, within the next few days, weeks, or sometime here in the near future, if it might change direction.
So
Well, that was October 30th. I wonder if it did. Crickets.
today, it's on the backside, the dark side of the sun. It is being monitored. And
I don't think there's a dark side of the sun. I think I know what he means. It's on the opposite side. It's on the solar eclipse side, but it's like there's no dark side of the sun, my man. You know what I mean? There might be a dark spot occasionally, but it ain't that dark, you know?
this seems to be the moment of truth from what I'm led to understand. If the object changes course or changes speed, that will be an indication that it is not natural?
It could potentially give us an idea that there is some way that we can know.
Okay, this guy's more scientific than I thought. Because he's even saying, yeah, if it shoots off in an opposite direction after passing by the sun, that still is not technically confirming anything, because something could have hit it or nudged it and changed its trajectory for a different reason. You know, getting so close to that gravitational pull could have caused its inner core to then rupture and then change it has like a equal and opposite reaction, and it can then change. There are things that could have happened. It's not even going to mean that, but so that's the most scientific way to be like, well, you can't really say without knowing, without being able to truthfully confirm.
More about its intentions. If it is artificial whatsoever, if it has any sort of signature, a techno signature, a biosignature that we can understand, the Juno project is actually looking at using radio frequency.
I could be out of pocket, but I feel like this guy's got some wild takes on women. You know what I mean? There's this something about everything, everything involved. It's just like, I just feel like he's not gonna be, you know, pro women's
To detect if there's any sort of material detection that can be found as far as radio waves and things that can help us understand if it does have a signal as it continues to pass on through. But right now, it's something that we'll not be able to see from Earth because it is on the opposite side of the sun.
But I want to be clear. It's already behaving in abnormal
live. This is live. Live. The real rate. Look at it go.
ways, and it is behaving in abnormal ways, I believe, to include not normal gravitational expectations. But this moment, and tell me if I'm wrong, is the moment of truth. Like, if it behaves the way something we would expect to behave with normal gravitational pull, then we can say, okay, it's a comet. But if it does anything abnormal, that really increases the expectation this is a spacecraft.
It's very possible that if, as we know, as our model suggests the universe to be, we would do something to the effect of utilize the gravitational pull of the sun or another star to make changes as we enter into another solar system. If we know that we already are currently looking at those capabilities, why not suggest that another civilization somewhere out in the universe might also understand those physics to do that as well?
When do we know?
That is an obscene jump to conclusions. That if they can already travel in such a way that they would then need the little alley-oop from the sun's gravitational push.
I would say today it will be difficult for anyone to really have a good estimate, but leading on into the next few days and weeks, we probably will be able to understand a little bit more about its intentions if it is artificial.
All right, and quickly, what do you think?
This reminds me of when everyone's like, did we really land on the moon? We'll never know. At some point in the future, the Chinese will land a lander or fly by with a satellite, and they'll have opportunities to take a picture of what should be our landing site. And then we'll know for sure. And then that day definitely comes and goes, and nobody's like, aha, see, it's a lie. It's like they like to set this up and then leave it, you know, because they don't want you to actually find out the real information.
Comet or spaceship?
What is this? You have been disconnected from the server, Fox, due to inactivity. Ha 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 ha.
Towards a skeptical eye on this one and say comment, but I would love for there to be a way for us to know in society that we're not alone, and it's highly probable we'll find out in our lifetimes.
Thank you so much for being with us. It's a fascinating conversation. We'll be watching. Hey, it's Will.
Ooh, that's a long ponytail. Respect. Hope you wash it well and all that, man. But ooh, that's a long one. Ooh, that's a long one. Oh my. I had a couple. Okay, let's take a look and see what they have for the train stuff, because this I can see this becoming a story or something, right? It's a mass casualty event. It might be a gross story or something. So I mean, I don't know what to think. I'm not used to watching British coverage, so.
Overseas now to panic and chaos after a mass stabbing on a London-bound train near Cambridge in eastern England. At least 11 people were injured and some remain hospitalized tonight. Let's get right to ABC's Marcus Moore. And Marcus, authorities do have a suspect in custody.
That's right, and police now say the 32-year-old man they arrested in connection with Saturday night's stabbing attack is now the sole suspect. Authorities say that man injured 11 people as that train went down the tracks. The train's operator making an emergency stop 2 hours north of London, and tonight 6 people remain in the hospital and one of them is in critical condition. He's been identified as a worker on that train who tried to stop the alleged attacker. Authorities said the employee's actions, quote, were nothing short of heroic and that he undoubtedly saved lives. Police have not released a possible motive for the attack, but said they do not believe that this was terror-related. And after first saying there were 2 suspects, police later announced a 35-year-old man who was also arrested has since been released without charges, and with the sole suspect is being held on suspicion of attempted murder.
Marcus Moore.
Weird. They rule out terrorism after 2. What's the previous title is like. I mean, it is a brutal attack, I guess. It's not a brutal attack, but I don't know. Sometimes the framing of things feels a little.
British counterterrorism police are investigating a stabbing attack on a London-bound passenger train Saturday evening. At least 10 people were hospitalized, 9 with life-threatening injuries. I want to bring you the press conference from the police. We'll listen in here.
My thoughts are with the family and friends of those who've been affected and those who are injured. At approximately 7:42 p.m. yesterday evening, there were calls to the police service in relation to multiple stabbings which took place on board a train service that departed Doncaster at 6:25 p.m. and was en route to London King's Cross Station. Officers immediately attended Huntington Station alongside paramedics, where armed police officers from Cambridgeshire Police boarded the train and arrested 2 people. Within 8 minutes of the 999 call being made, 2 men were brought into police custody, where they remain this morning. I can tell you that these are the first.
Yeah, I guess this is earlier in the day yesterday, comparatively to now. Where they let the other person go.
A 32-year-old male, a black British national, and a 35-year-old man, a British national of Caribbean descent.
The 32-year-old's the one they're keeping, and the 35-year-old is one they let go, I think.
They were both arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. Both were born in the United Kingdom. As stated, they remain this morning in separate police stations for questioning.
I just thought it was so weird that they brought up the Caribbean-ness of one. Like, they're born in the UK, and they're UK nationals, whatever, which means citizens, I guess, or whatever. I'm not sure exactly if there's a difference, but it's just like, why bring up the Caribbean descent? It's like, oh, look, we got this guy he's got some Irish and some Italian in him. And it's like, what? You wouldn't say it. Like, why, and of all things? It just makes no sense.
10 people were taken to hospital by ambulance, and another person self-presented later that evening. While 9 were initially believed to have life-threatening injuries, following assessment and treatment, 4, thankful to say, have been discharged. However, 2 patients remain in a life-threatening condition. British Transport Police declared a major incident yesterday, and counter-terrorism policing were initially supporting our investigation. However, at this stage, there is nothing to suggest that this is a terrorist incident. This is a British Transport Police investigation, and we continue to work to establish at pace the full circumstances and the motivations that have led to this incident. At this early stage, it would not be appropriate to speculate on the cause of this incident. As you can see, the station this morning remains closed. However, we expect trains to be passing through the station this morning. Passengers will see a high visibility presence of police officers at stations and on trains throughout today, up and down the transport network. Our officers are there to reassure the public and to address any concerns they may have. I'd like to thank the public personally for their patience and their cooperation. Yesterday evening, which has already greatly assisted our investigation through the help the public have tendered, as well as the multi-agency response partners from colleagues in other blue light services. I'd like to extend my thanks to our colleagues within Cambridgeshire Police, the East of England Ambulance Service, Cambridgeshire Fire and Rescue Service, and County.
Yeah, I mean, unless there's like evidence that they need to collect or still a crime scene, despite it being on the train itself, but like people getting off at the station and running away. I can see that being an element of it. Obviously, other stations are not closed, so they're just not going to stop here for an investigative reason.
Terrorism policing.
Throwing away the knife, right? They want to like, make sure they collect it and any fingerprints, traction or traffic to get in the way.
And finally, I'd like to appeal for anyone that's watching who has information connected to yesterday's incident, however big or small you feel that may be, that has not yet spoken to police to make contact. You can do so by texting the British Transport Police on 61016, that's 61016, quoting reference 663 of the 1st of November 2025. Thank you very much. I won't be taking any more questions, but thank you very much.
Kind of different than the American version of this, where you get like a random police guy to come out and then this is a prepared statement. It's weird that the place that has less practice with these kind of things, it has a better system of doing it.
All right, we were listening there to the superintendent of British Transport Police in the wake of that.
There might even be a rule set up to avoid that, like how, I forget, I know in America, certain places have no 13th floor. There might be places that do weird things with numbers like that as well.
Stabbing on a London-bound train. He said that there were 2 men taken into custody. We got some more details, a 32 and a 35-year-old man, both British-born. He gave an update on the injuries, now 2 considered life-threatening. And he said
What's
there
the rest
was
of this
nothing
shit?
so far to indicate terrorism. I want to get more now.
Asking a question to some guy. What did they know?
Who is with us here. Nick, what did you make of what was said? What did you take from it?
I think this is what we were expecting, the British police to very quickly try to tamp down any speculation.
Because last I remember, there was like multiple race riots happening in Britain where they were like stopping people, like, are any black people in these cars? Like they were going crazy with it. A full-on pogrom of just anyone not British enough for them, right? So... members only. What? Okay. This is just speculation from here on out, so it's whatever. Let's try the good work video. I had this saved in my list already.
Enterprise Database Cloud Company. 4 words that make me want to put a bullet between my eyes. Shape-shifting tech leviathan with an insane billionaire founder and 4 decades of deep connections inside the Pentagon and the heart of American industry. 23 words that get my blood pumping. Folks, I'm talking
I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick while this goes.
talking about a company called Oracle, one of Silicon Valley's oldest tech outfits that is suddenly having a baller year.
Oracle stock.
Oracle stock.
Oracle stock jumped 40%. Oracle's playing a very big part.
Oracle co-founder Larry Ellison.
Larry Ellison is now the richest person in the world. Oracle will now control the new TikTok joint venture.
Oracle, which shot up a stunning 36% today.
But despite all of these headlines, I have noticed that very few people seem to know what the fuck Oracle actually does. So I decided to figure it out, all by myself. I started my investigation by asking Oracle themselves what they do. I did not get a response. So I took the next logical step and visited their website, where I figured they could clearly explain how they made $57 billion in revenue last year. Almost immediately, I knew I was wrong. Their website was simply the words cloud AI, applications and infrastructure, all arranged into dozens of different combinations, and interspersed among acronyms like OCI, SCM, and ERP, all in the name of helping people see data in new ways, discovering insights, and unlocking new possibilities, with the help of a little papier-mâché hummingbird. Clearly going through official channels was getting me nowhere. It was time to activate the Good Work Anonymous reporting portal. It was there I was able to speak with a real-life group of current and former Oracle employees. What does Oracle actually do?
Dude, I don't know. I sell it.
Why do you think that so many people do not know what Oracle does?
Because they do too much. It's not a simple value proposition where they do one thing really well and you can describe it in 10 seconds. There isn't an industry in the country, in the world, that Oracle does not touch to some extent. It's still a little bit of a mystery to me. They truly do have some sort of financial income from every major company and most smaller companies. A lot of us didn't really understand that we were kind of the backbone of companies' computers.
At this point, I realized that even Oracle was going to need some help explaining Oracle. So it was time to swallow my pride and do the sensible thing. Ask a better journalist to do my job for me. What does Oracle actually do?
Oracle is, at its core, a database company.
Belle Lynn is a reporter for the Wall Street Journal with longtime experience covering Oracle and the various jargony industries in which they do the business.
I know that sounds sort of archaic and strange, but it's the way in which you manage, store, and access data. So data being like customer data, financial transactions, supply chain information. It's all this kind of like back-end, maybe kind of boring stuff that keeps a business running.
But then how come when I read about Oracle today, they're in TikTok, they're in AI, they're in cloud,
yes,
and they're in software sales? How could a database company be doing all of that?
That is a great question, and there is actually a connection between databases and all of those sort of separate, seemingly disparate businesses. Because databases are really sticky, and by sticky I mean once your corporate data is inside a place, it's really hard to take out. Oracle figured out that it could sell software like HR software and supply chain software to those same businesses. And then it figured out it could also sell cloud computing to those businesses as well because it already had their data.
Okay, now we're cooking. Folks, I'm a busy man, but I'm also a man of taste. When it comes to dinner time, that leaves me in somewhat of a pickle. How am I supposed to prepare tasty, healthy meals for myself in the limited time I have? Right there, to get 50% off your first.
This is the lead stuff. Although I guess there's not that much lead in it, apparently.
First box and free breakfast for a year. Eat up, babes. To look at Oracle's history is to see a company that leveraged early success to create an ever-evolving tech behemoth that pivots with the times. A sentence I crafted with language derived from the Mr. Wonderful guide on scaring the hose. Much like this YouTube channel, Oracle got their start as a government program. Codenamed Oracle, the project had Larry and his employer Ampex building databases for the CIA. Eventually, Larry and
I mean, of course, public money, pushing profits for individuals. A thing that shouldn't exist is a billionaire becoming more of a billionaire because of all this, or maybe he wasn't even a billionaire yet at the time.
Two of his colleagues would split off to form their own company, which would eventually be named Oracle. They went public in the 1980s with a core focus on that sweet database technology. By the 90s, it created enterprise software, which goes beyond storing data to assist businesses in other areas like HR, accounting, and so on. After a string of buzzy acquisitions in the 2000s, Oracle shifted its focus to the cloud, announcing Oracle Cloud Infrastructure that could compete with big guys like Amazon Web Services and those bastards over at Google Cloud. So if you're a restaurant and you need your customer data filtered, Oracle has a product for that. If you're a city and your HR needs to manage employee benefits, Oracle has a product for that. If you're a United States Air Force and you need your supply chain managed, Oracle has a product for that. In fact, if you have existed in the last 40 years, there's a good chance that you have bought something from Oracle. God knows I did.
It was really known as having these hardball sales tactics. It would do these really stringent audits of its customers from a licensing standpoint and sort of box and force their customers into these sales contracts. And so it had that kind of hard-nosed, very buttoned-up business reputation. It wasn't cool like some of the other tech companies.
There's one Oracleism that I got a couple of years ago when I started in sales, and it's Oracle doesn't have customers, it has prisoners. So, we really get people into these contracts and then they just can't get out of them.
Oracle's hardball, old school, bulldogged, steadfast reputation is perhaps no better embodied than by their longtime CEO and co-founder, Larry Ellison.
Larry was kind of like a mythical subject in the office. Anytime we spoke of Larry, it was just like, this guy's just a killer, he's like the guy. The relationship with Larry, at least from a personal perspective, was complicated. He's a very controversial figure. The first impression I got of him was when I was in Hawaii right before I started working for Oracle. We were actually looking at his private island in Hawaii, and I chatted the guy up, and he's like, "Oh, you're working for Oracle, you know what it stands for." One rich asshole called Larry Ellison.
Flying fighter jets, racing yachts, using the pickup line, "Can I buy you a car?" Hiring private detectives to spy on Microsoft, joking about shooting another CEO, and owning most of a Hawaiian island. Larry Ellison has...
He can do it. Twitch streamers can't do it. They've been lampooned and banned, or I guess suspended. Whenever I hear people talk about people getting banned, to me, a ban is, that's it. If I'm banned from the movie theater, they won't let you back in, period, right? So suspended is what I thought it should have been called, but I don't know. I mean, obviously he's fucking joking and doing whatever, but again, he can do it.
Truly led a life that one can only describe as perfect for men that tug themselves in front of the mirror. But it's his bulldog old head, rough-shotted steadfastness that has often credited Larry with getting Oracle to where it is today, which has penetrated deep inside almost every sector of the business world. And the latest two sectors that Oracle is breaking into happen to be absolutely piping hot at the moment: social media and AI.
So if this current deal goes through, then Oracle will oversee the US algorithm for TikTok and will be part of this consortium of
Then it has gone through, so.
investors that essentially owns the US operations. And currently, as part of this initiative called Project Texas, it already oversees the US user data for TikTok.
Meanwhile, on the AI side of things, Oracle has spent the year entirely redefining the company's direction. From Oracle announcing massive AI infrastructure projects alongside Larry Ellison's homie at the White House, to minting massive investment contracts with OpenAI, sending Oracle's stock into explosion mode, briefly making Papa Ellison the richest man in the world, and inspiring little old me to wonder what the fuck this company actually does. But before you all go ahead and get an Oracle stock ticker tramp stamp to match mine, it's important to pump the brakes a little bit and realize that a lot of the buzziness surrounding Oracle comes from projected revenue that hasn't been realized yet. How exposed is Oracle to a potential AI bubble? I mean, we talk about an AI bubble so much that it's almost kind of beyond definition now. We don't really know what's going to happen after it, if it's like the dot-com bubble.
Unless you think that bubbles don't burst anymore, it's just waiting until it does. And what causes it not to burst is trust, and what causes the burst is a lack of trust. So everyone's no longer afraid of admitting that it's a bubble. It's just, how long can we let it ride for? all money is a construct in many ways, so we can just kind of let it ride, number go up. If you don't think about it too hard, it's fine. But oh god, the moment you do,
if it'll be like something else. But if there is one, I mean, how damaging would that be to Oracle's operations as you see it?
It would be hugely damaging. Oracle is very much tied to the fate of OpenAI, just like NVIDIA and Broadcom and AMD and all these other AI infrastructure players are sort of tied to the fate of OpenAI at this point.
Just remake this image.
And OpenAI,
you got Hasanabi, Mike from PA, Denims, Gremlo, you got Nesua, Nandre, you got all this, and this is, oh god, we're all fringing, the Hassan bubble. No. Me, I'm literally out here in the middle of nowhere. I'm not even a period on the fucking graph, obviously.
AI is saying it's only going to generate like $13 billion in revenue, and that's not nearly enough to pay for all these billions of dollars in compute that it owes all of those companies, which is why you hear about this circular deals question, which is very much part of the AI bubble.
Furthermore, Bell tells me that Oracle also faces questions over how it will get land to build data centers, power them, find local governments that are cool with putting a big fat humming factory in their backyard, and then when that's all done, figure out how to make money off of them. Now, I won't lie, folks. At the end of the day, this is a story about a data company. Quite frankly, it's miraculous I've gone through this entire thing without swigging from a jug of bleach. But it looks to me like the true answer behind what does Oracle actually do is evolve with technology to survive at all costs. From data management to cloud computing and now, artificial intelligence. Is this all gonna work out? Fuck if I know. My job was to figure out what this company does, and god damn it, I think I did it. If you disagree, please send all complaints to GoodWorks' easily navigable corporate website. I'm sure someone will get in touch with you soon. In the meantime, for good work, I'm Dan Toomey.
Cute.
No one knows what ERP systems are.
What are ERP systems?
It stands for Enterprise Resource Planning.
That's not, you know what ERP systems are.
I do know what ERP systems are.
You just said no one knows what they are, and then you just rattled it off.
Well, the acronym is one thing, and then what they actually are comprised of is another thing.
Perfectly.
Yeah, I did know.
I know what they are, but if you could explain what they are to me, how would you explain it?
An enterprise resource planning system is like a back-end software for a business. It can connect to your finance system, to your HR system, to your supply chain system. So it's kind of, again, this big piece of software that allows for different parts of the business to talk and maintain their daily operations.
That's precisely what I would have said.
Which is what you would have said, yeah.
Oh, that's so sweet. It's a little early for me, but I should probably utilize this sentientness to actually script and write out my thing, so that way I can actually get this fucking thing done and not keep talking about it. So I'll be really happy to get it done, because then I can actually put out the teaser, and I can actually put out the actual fucking video, and it'll be on my actual first video on the Sniff Test channel. So that'll be awesome. So nice little lull. Monday morning, all our favorites are going to be streaming today, obviously. Hassan's day off is already over, so another week. Also, he's in New York for the whole thing, whatever, so that'll be cool. I'll figure out what I want to do on Tuesday, whether I want to do the party or whether I want to do my own version of a party from home. But also, Hassan probably be streaming the whole time, so it wouldn't really make sense, honestly. And also, it's not my hours, so unless there's like updates later into the night, that might be cool. We'll see. That could make sense. So maybe I should go in person to the one my friends are at. That would make the most sense. So anyway, but then I also want to have my shit ready for that thing, so that way I can like bask in all of their praise for actually getting a thing accomplished. So get something accomplished for yourself. Enjoy your day. Take care of yourself. Stay hydrated. That's another classic. Stay hydrated. All right, I'm out of here. I don't 3 viewers. I used to raid with 3 viewers, but that's fine. It's okay. It's a little early. I don't think many people are on. I haven't even looked at my Twitch. Get out of here. Get something done. Get out of here. Or go to sleep. Enjoy your 35 milligrams of fucking weed. Get out of here. Bye. Yeah, I